Good morning, y'all. Happy Friday. Y'all don't know where my glasses is. I don't know where my glasses is. I had to go get my other pair of glasses because I don't see them. I don't know where they at. So the show must go on. I just put my blue frames on and said let's just keep it rolling. I'll find them later. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Give me just a second. I'm trying to see. I was trying to look at my history real quick because I think I clicked out of the links. Good morning. Good morning, Gwen. How are you? Good morning, T. Hey, Autumn here early today. Good morning, Missy. Hey, Carol. How you doing today? Good morning, Lexi. Hey, Brianna. I want to make sure that says Brianna. Yes, yes, yes. Good morning. Hey, Rita. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning. Happy Friday. Good morning. Good morning, Angela. Hey, Jasmine. Good morning, Miss Sheila. It's Friday, y'all. Good morning. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Ebony. Hey, India. Hey, Kiara. Good morning. Hey, Kiara. How you doing this morning? Good morning, Shalant. Good morning, Gigi. Hey, Crystal. Good morning, LL. Hey, Vitra. Hey, Alice. Good morning, Bridget. Good morning, Kristen. And thank you to all. I think I've had like 300 new subscribers this week. Thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. Good morning. Is it Suzer? I hope I said that right. Yeah, hold on. I was looking for my glasses. I'm a little hot. Good morning. Good morning, Alicia. Hey, Megan. Good morning, Chatty. Hey, Jenna. Good morning, Kiana. Hey, Jazz. Good morning, She. Good morning, Mr. Crosby. How you doing? Good morning. Happy Friday, India. Good morning, Erica. Good morning, Georgette. Good morning, Cass. Hey, Good Glow. It's raining. I see it's raining. It's pretty outside, but it rained so bad last night. Like so bad here. It was a little scary. I'm talking, it was like movie scene thunder last night. Happy that it's sunny outside today. Good morning, Siobhan. How are you today? Hey, Val. Yeah, Val, I don't want to put it on that one drink. But I will. Maybe I was tired. I don't know where the hell my glasses is. I really don't. I really don't know where the hell my glasses is. I don't know. Good morning, Ash. Good morning. Hey, Miss Renee. How are you this morning? Good morning, Kiss. Kiss, are you moving that truck today? I hope you're moving that truck today. Good morning, Sugar. Good morning. Let me see. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Good morning, Nisha. Good morning, Tiffany. Kiss talking about I left it in the patrol. Maybe I don't know where they are, y'all. It's not like I'm in this huge space. I'll find them. I'll find them. Good morning, Tiffany. I'll find the baby. Listen, I'm gonna have to stay off them lemon drops. I think I put a shot and a half of tequila in it. Good morning, Phoenix. How you doing? Good morning, Kay. Hey, Amir. Factual lie. Good morning. Good morning, Tracy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something because I just don't understand how I was ready on time, but I said, damn, I can't see. And I don't want to be on the screen all morning. That's just not fun. People who can't see, y'all feel my pain. Good morning, Sonia. Hey, Brianna. Hey, Landis. Good morning, Shanny. Hey, Destin. Hey, Claudia. Hey, the bee. How are you? I hope you're feeling better today. Good morning, Shay. Good morning. Good morning, Miranda. Good morning, Stephanie. Hey, Miss Davis. Oh, wait a minute. It's two birthdays in the chat. Happy birthday to Miss Davis, to you. Happy birthday to DJ Mommy. Please, y'all, tell them happy birthday in the chat. Oh, God, happy birthday. Big Aries energy up in the millionaires. Yes. Oh, Brianna says she's finally unpacked. I love that, Brianna. I'm telling you, girl, I hope you enjoy Houston. And when I come this summer, you better have some spots for us to visit. Okay? That's your homework. That's your homework, Brianna. They restricted you on X Val. Val, I'm sure I'm the X. Y'all, people been coming on my post, and I go like to go see their page, see what they talking about, baby. And I'm already blocked. I'd be like, damn. Good morning, Debbie. Debbie, I think you sent me something on Venmo. I did receive it. I got an email last night. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Miss Virgo. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, y'all. He said, I got up at 4 a.m., got my 5-year-old with me today. I'm on my way back home. Ooh, kids. Ooh, have fun with that 5-year-old. Have fun, baby. Good morning, T-Lynn. Good morning, everybody. I have made it through the chat. Good morning, Niara. I have made it through the chat because I see happy birthdays now. Happy birthday, ladies. Happy birthday to each one of you all. I am wishing you many blessings, joy, smiles. Oh, the best memories that you could ever imagine this year. May this year be better than last year. And if you had a great last year, then you're going to have an even better one this year. Happy birthday, ladies. Happy birthday to each one of you guys. And thank you both so much for being a part of this community. Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you guys so much for all of the happy birthdays in the chat. Thank you. Baby, I don't miss it. Let me tell y'all. I used to say, back before I turned 35, if God sent me a husband, I'd have a baby for him, right? LJ is 13. LJ will be 14 this year. Mariah will be 20 this year. That man got to be fine as hell. I'm talking about fine as hell, and I got to be crazy in love to have a baby after 35. I'm sorry. What do they call that? I think Kayla told me they call it a geriatric pregnancy. You gotta, that's like a special pregnancy, baby. I ain't got to have it, baby. I ain't got to have it, baby. Baby, I ain't got to have it. Ooh, India, fine like Dreamy Eyes. Dreamy Eyes, I have a baby. It got to be fine like that, but I got to really, not just fine, I really got to love the person, Not just fine. That man hid my glasses. Miss Sheila, they messy. My friend is 45 and pregnant. Ghetto. No. Wait a minute, I just saw somebody say it's ghetto meal, 38 with the 5 and 1. Erica, why would you do that to yourself? Y'all know what I say, Erica. When you 38, your knees don't even work the same. Your knees don't even work the same. How the hell you chasing after them kids? My cousin pregnant with her first and she 35. My sister had her first at 42. Let me tell y'all, when I was pregnant with Mariah, I was so ashamed. It was like I was, graduated top in my class. I had scholarships. I mean, I'm supposed to be going off to school and I'm pregnant. So I was really embarrassed, but I used to sit up and think. I used to do the math like, oh, when I turn 36, she'll be 18, Although I do not encourage anyone to have a baby that young. Child. I got a little bestie right now. She's about to be 20. Baby, she's about to be 20. And I don't regret it at all, child. I don't regret it at all. I love that little girl. It was worth all of the shame that I felt having a baby that young, right? It was worth it, child. It was worth it. Good morning, Crystal. Because I got a cousin. She has a 3-year-old. I'm see if I'm 38. She turning 40 this year. Baby, she got a how old Carter? Like 8 and a 3 or 4-year-old. Baby, I be looking at her. I be like, meanwhile, baby, LJ is, wait a minute. Mine, 27, 22, and 3. Ooh, Cass, you know what? Looking back, I was just too grown, child. Thinking I started school, but I was just so focused on, I don't know what was going on with me. But I tell people all the time, Mariah didn't stop anything for me. I can't blame having a baby at 18 on anything because I had babysitters on deck, okay? I lived my life. I partied, traveled. I can't blame having my baby young on anything. 17 and 11 is not bad. 17 and 11 is not bad. Listen. I had mine at 21. He's about to graduate next year. I'll be 39. My friends have toddlers. I'm outside, Ash. And you know you ain't that far from me, baby. We're going to get outside together, okay? I'm not. Once I get more settled, I'm going to be at the gym. I'm going to be in my Pilates class. And I'm going to be at somebody's bar for happy hour. A car seat? Who want to carry that? Mm-mm. No. I'm almost out of my 20s. I feel like it'll be a teen pregnancy. Girl, you've enjoyed. If you're almost out your 20s, that means you've lived, baby. It's time for the babies. It's time now. It's time, y'all. So good morning to everybody again. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. I don't know how long I'm going to be on today. I don't know how long I'm going to be on. If y'all see me talking about, I'm finna do a DoorDash order, I'm probably going to DoorDash me a Red Bull and some food. And I don't know how long I'm going to be on. So I don't have a time for getting off tonight because I think y'all heard on my TikTok live, my niece wants me to do her some long boho knotless braids. I hate doing them damn braids. I hate it, but I don't like to be off camera when I'm streaming. So Sunday, I may not be able to stream as long on Sunday. So today and tomorrow, I'm going to be here. Listen, Ash, why would I do that? Friend, why would I do that? Ash. So my niece was telling me that there is a mimosa festival going to be here. And you got my number. We need to coordinate. We can either do that. We can do something in May. We can do something because y'all know we were supposed to do something in last month, but I ended up going to Memphis. So yes. So yeah. Yes, Kat. Kat, where do you live? But yes, we'll find something, y'all. We'll find something. They're having a mimosa festival. I've never been, but it seems like a fun time. It might Cocoa Beach. Okay. It seems like a fun time, That might be something cute to do. Okay, y'all, let me find where we are right now. Let me see what this thing say. Day 26. That's what I needed right there. Yep, okay. Memphis about to have a lemon drop festival. I might need to go to that. I might need to come home for that one. When is it, Brianna? 2022. Ooh, Kira, we might need to coordinate, y'all. Go to this mimosa festival. My niece just told me about it last night, and I was like, I need to see who is in Georgia and would like to meet at the mimosa festival. It might be a good time. I mean, how many different ways can you make a mimosa? I'm a little intrigued by that. The Mother's Day pink brunch in Atlanta. I'm writing down stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna tell you why I might not go there. Mother's Day is just hard, girl. I remember years ago, I saw this post that said, and I never understood it till my mom passed. It said something to the effect of be mindful of people who've lost their mother on Mother's Day. And I remember reading it like, why I gotta not talk about my mama because your mother is gone. I remember reading it that way because that's how I took it. Looking back, it's just saying like to remember the people, reach out to people who've lost their mom, think about them on this day because it's a sad day for them. And when my mom passed, I don't know why it popped up in my head because it was kind of nasty to be like, well, why do I have to not celebrate my mom because someone's mom passed? That's how I looked at it. Looking back, it's just remember people because that's a hard day for some people. And I get it. Oh, I get it. Mother's Day, my mom's birthday, my birthday. I get really sad now around my birthday because, it's different. My kids be having tournaments. Missy, which one? Don't count me out of the Mimosa Festival. I'm serious. Let me look on there and see. I'm going to look on there and see. finishing across the Trooper Proctor. Kid said he going to the Mimosa Festival. Yeah, we might make a thing. Y'all, I don't know. My niece just told me that it was. Let me look it up real quick. Mimosa Festival Atlanta. My niece was telling me it's next week. Atlanta Mimosa Festival. Can y'all tell me? I'm seeing. No, she said it's April 19th. Oh, no, not it's the R&B Mimosa Festival. Thank you, Bree. Hold on, y'all. R&B Mimosa Festival, Atlanta, 21 and up. Let's see what the tickets look like. Okay, let me tell you what it says. Welcome to the R&B Mimosa Festival. ATL festival season in full effect. And we want to bring you a new experience. This event will be equipped to fulfill any entertainment or social interaction you may have been craving during this summer, including food, drinks, music, and great vibes. It says what? We love mimosas. Throughout the festival, every bar will have multiple mimosa flavors. Food vendors will be present to fulfill your taste buds or craving or any craving you may have. Not only will there be food vendors, but we'll have some local business vendors that you can support. It's from 12 to 4. Damn, this shit early. It's at Morris Brown College. So you get the general admission. We'll get entry plus free mimosas the first 2 hours. VIP will get access. We don't need no damn t-shirt. We don't need all that. Some VIP. We don't need all that. Okay, y'all, let me see what the ticket's looking like. I don't need a VIP. I don't need a shirt and all of that type of stuff. Just let me in. Kira said it's the second session. Kira, why I don't see the second session? Let me look and see. Hold on, I gotta go back because Kira said it's the second session. Oh, it says session 1 here. What do y'all? I would like to do the second session. It's on Eventbrite. It's on Eventbrite. I want to know. I want to do the 6 to 10. Kira said it's the second session. I want to do the second session. Hold up. Okay, I see session 2 on the flyer. It says session 1. So I can buy the ticket and we can just go to whichever one we want to do. I want to do the second session. The tickets look like they're only like $30. Early bird sold out, so that's good. I don't want 12 to 4, and that ticket says 12 to 4. Welcome to me. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. She said, welcome to my TED Talk. Thank you. So what y'all want to do? I'm serious now because I need to go and get my ticket. Hold up. Hold on. What y'all trying? What y'all want to do? I ain't the one to gossip, but yesterday we watched an old video of mine, and your name was popping up in them comments. It's next Saturday. It's next Saturday, Ash. You working next Saturday? Because I know you're not that far. It's next Saturday. I really would like to do the 6 to 10 one, session 2. Okay, let's put that on the calendar, and then we just need to form it. We have to form something. Yes, Isis, you was all up and through them comments, baby. All up and through them comments. Ooh, friend. Listen, I ain't the one to gossip though. Missy, don't cry, girl. We got plenty other stuff to do. Dang, that's the first birthday party. I think I'm gonna go, y'all. I think I'm gonna go to session 2. I'm gonna see if my cousins want to go. So I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there for session 2 at the Mimosa Festival. So if y'all do go, just message me and come say hey. Since this is like a spur of the moment thing, just message me if you at the festival. I'm definitely gonna do this session 2. I'm gonna do session 2 at the Mimosa Festival. It's next Saturday. So if you happen to be there, just message me on any of my socials, X, anything. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Shani. Isis, message me if you go. If you go, I want to do the second session though. I don't want to do the earlier one. Oh shit, we need to check the weather. The earlier one might be better. But I'm definitely gonna go. I'm gonna do Houston this summer when after my baby get out of school. After my baby get out of school. Oh damn, did I pin that? Oh, I didn't mean to, Shani. Why would I pin that? Why would I pin that? Hey, Mikhail. Okay, y'all, we on day 26. Child, I didn't mean to pin that. Shannon being messy talking about me, and I'm gonna pin it. Okay, if you weren't here yesterday, we finally finished Trooper Paul. Quite frankly, had to be one of the worst testimonies ever. Oh, this is yes, let me go back. Yes, y'all, LJ gonna be mad, but I couldn't find another sweatshirt. And y'all know I like to have a sweatshirt on because it gets chilly. This is my Make America Slime Again hoodie. It's not mine, it's LJ's. But anyway, it's got I don't know what this is on the sleeve. It's cute. It's a really quality hoodie. Like, it's thick. It's like it feels really great. It's a really great great hoodie. Hate to have broke kids out, but anyway, baby, AJ is definitely on Trooper Paul's burn book. Definitely on their burn book. She said, "I wish I could afford one." Child, this hoodie was $125. But I would not purchase this for myself because I don't spend money like that on hoodies. But I have learned through my son that this is the type of stuff that these kids wear. And, I'm trying to do better. I wouldn't spend it on me, but this boy I got, this is what it's looking like. Mel, did you see Jenna earlier comment? I did not. The crime scene told me it's crazy. Let me see. What did Jenna say? It might be easier for you to tell me. Jenna, I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment. Maybe I could have been reading something at the time that you sent it. So I apologize, but I didn't see it. Mikhail, it's crazy. The stuff that LJ has sent me, I'm like, it's cool because Mariah is not like that. Now, Mariah, I could give Mariah $700 and she gonna go on Shein and have a ball. Babe, I give LJ $700. Well, he doesn't shop for himself yet. Baby, we take $700. He's gonna probably have about 8 to 9 pieces. But you got a crop shirt for that price? I sent you a cash app for Jenna, damn, where my phone? Hold on, Jenna, I gotta get my phone. Hold on just a second. Let me get my phone. Oh, Jenna said we are gonna go all night. Okay, let me check it. Mel, dang, I hate when you guys say I've been ignoring comments. I'm never ignoring comments. It's like almost 200 people in here. So I'm reading the chat. As fast as I can. I swear it's not me ignoring the comment. I hope y'all know that. It's never me ignoring comments. I'm trying to get this angled right. It's never me ignoring comments. It's just that it's moving. It's moving fast. Kid. And his daddy, I don't even know what he talking about with his dad. His dad is not made by fake clothes. So I don't even know what LJ was talking about. So yes, y'all, I apologize. I'm salty. I don't have your number. What? Why are you salty about that day? I had to coordinate something with Ash. If I done gave my number out, we definitely have had to coordinate something. What? I'm about to say literally everybody. I don't know about other creators, but you can literally reach me on every one of my socials. Just answer this, y'all, in my chat. If you have to reach me for real, which one of my social media platforms do you reach out to me on? Which one of my platforms? Tell me if you talk to me on a regular basis, and a lot of y'all do. Which platform? That's what I'm saying. All you gotta do is hit my Instagram all the time. Baby, you got me. You could call me on there, whatever. I'm answering the phone. Valerie said X. Bad, me and you might talk on X, but the rest of them, they know. Just hit me up on Instagram. I'm right there every time. Every time. India. Don't we talk all the time on Instagram? In fact, I posted a message last night about Mariah and her messy day at the beach. Y'all was talking to me on Instagram yesterday. He said, did you do your math homework? No, baby, that's TikTok. Because I don't know why, y'all. I need to check the TikTok. But if you need me, baby, you got me on IG. I'm responding. I'm not like that. I'm responding. Tiffany said I messaged all of them, and I'm responding right back. My phone was probably the least likely to get a response, only because I don't be checking it. When I'm online, I'm on my socials all the time. So that's what I'm checking. Brianna, Mariah is so messy. I told Mariah, I said, baby, stay out of my chat. Because you real messy. Mariah, real messy. Lashani, come on there. I'm telling you, I be wondering sometimes. Y'all know the biggest fear about becoming bigger in whatever space is losing the connection. Like, I never want to lose the connection that I have with my community. No, message me, baby. If you, I'm telling you, it ain't no thing. Message me. Furthermore, y'all know my number all over my social media. I am a realtor too. My number is all over my social media pages too. Baby, man, also did. I did have to apologize. I did, because I watched it back last night. And I said, I had to apologize, y'all. I'm going to just let y'all guess. I had to call her. I said, now, Mariah, when I call you and start screaming through the phone, can you call me and start screaming through the phone? You're getting blocked. You're getting blocked, okay? Baby, you're getting blocked. I just followed you. I'm not Instagram very often, but I hope. Autumn, let me go add you back. And I follow back. I follow back too. So if I'm not following you, just let me know. Now, TikTok is different. I had to go make a post, and I think I followed everyone back that that responded to my post. So, yeah. Yes. Brianna, somebody messy text me that. Listen, I don't want to be caught up like Proctor with them group chats. Princess, on which app? All you gotta do is send me a message, baby. Listen, Alice, you better let them know how we roll over here, baby. Y'all gotta know. Listen, over here, I really do try my best, because I try my best to follow back. If I see your post, I'm going to share it. I'm going to do whatever, because just like you guys help me, I'm gonna do the same thing for you. So it's nothing. That's nothing. So before I start, I just turned my phone on. It died. So Autumn, I'm about to follow you back on Instagram. Before I start, the live stream today, I would just publicly like to apologize to whatever parties I don't even know the right word. Whatever parties may have felt that I don't know what word to use. I don't know what word to use, y'all. Whatever parties that felt I didn't believe them about my voice changing on certain lives that I may have done in the past. I apologize. I did watch on TikTok Live with a few of you yesterday, and I heard it. It's okay. It happens. You know, I think every one of us has a customer service voice that we put on, and I just think it was my customer service voice that I was putting on during those lives, and I didn't notice that my voice switches. Just like answering a call when you work customer service at a business and the customer gets on the line, you switch your voice. And so I apologize to those who said, Mel, your voice switches, and I was like, no, it doesn't. And I listened to the live, and it does switch. It does go from, it does kind of go to a customer service-ish type voice. So it is a code switch, and I'm not sure what brings the code switch on. It may be me trying to turn on my professional side. See, it's a gift and a curse being a corporate baddie. Yes, Monet gets it. Monet, we can't even tell that the switch is happening. Okay, we can't even tell that the switch is happening. So there's some people in the chat who look like they need their names to be said on this live. So, I know Key is one of the young ladies who we probably had a back and forth. I think Shani was involved in that. Ash may have been involved. Alice is probably involved in that as well. Am I missing anyone else? Brianna, you trying to turn somebody on, not professionalism though. Okay. Wait a minute, what Ronnie say? Because not thinking he's about clock her Ronnie. Ronnie said, now Mel, you know damn well there was not no customer service voice. It was very much flirtatious. I'm also an Aries, and I think sometimes Aries, we just natural flirts. That's all. We don't mean anything by it, okay? We don't mean anything by it, okay? Just don't take us serious. Don't take us serious. We just playing around, having a good time, okay? Oh, okay, y'all. Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. Before I start this, I do see. Now, listen, y'all gonna have to tell me. Okay, Stephanie, I'm assuming you on the live because you liking my post. So I'm gonna go follow you back. I'm gonna make sure I go follow you back, Stephanie. I see my girl T-Friend. Okay, I'm assuming everybody who don't follow me within the last 10 minutes. I'm just assuming these y'all on my live. Okay, if it's the last 10 minutes, I just followed you back. If you've been here since day one and you here not holding Mel accountable, thank you to all the new people in the live. Thank you guys for being here. Princess said I messaged you. Let me go check my messages, girl. Okay, done, Princess. Done, friend. Let me see who else done messaged me before I. Baby Mariah is just messy, child. Okay, let's go. So we finished Proctor yesterday. We're on day 26 today. And I want to check my cash out real quick to see if I got this cash app. Yes, I did get the cash app. Thank you for the cash app, Jenna. She said, thank you for the cash app, Jenna. I do have it. And when it's lunchtime, girl, I'm gonna order my Red Bull, my food. Ain't no telling how long I'll be here tonight. Don't be enablers. If y'all are new here, sometimes you have to be patient and you got to really catch on, because I know this chat goes crazy a lot. I know it. But I always like to say the people that's going crazy in this chat, baby, they've been sitting with me since I could only go live. I had to go live for 7 days, couldn't bring nobody up. Okay. So they've been here for a long time, baby. Long time. Kira, I just followed you back, Kira. They've been here for a long time. So this mess been going on a long time. It's the non-OGs don't get it. It's personal. Y'all messy. Y'all are messy. Okay. Good morning, Simply Style. Good morning. Is the Crash Daddies today. Bridget, I'm not sure, but we're on day 26. We're on day 26 now. So I'm not sure what day the Crash Daddies come on, because I don't have like a chart, but we're on day 26. Lizzie, they just be so hard on me over here. Baby, they hard on me over here, but I love them. They do keep me accountable. They look, they messy, but they my type of messy. I love them. I wouldn't trade them for anything. I don't even know how I got so blessed. Mel was acting a fool in Mel After Dark. They're defense witnesses, so they may not be today. Y'all. All right. All right, so jurors, we're going to take. Baby, I know Trooper Paul didn't have any water when he left off that stand. Oh, I know he didn't have any water when he left off that stand. So let's see who we got. And for people that have watched, if you remember the witnesses, are we doing chat housekeeping? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, they did tell me to do this. I want to make sure the new people know, if you're over here. I saw somebody ask, do I watch like at 1.25 speed? No, that's something you do on your own. No, I watch at normal speed. I do ask the chat if this is a witness, we could just watch your stop. If this is a witness, we could just do cross on. I will ask, we take votes, majority rules. If they say, yeah, we can just go to cross, I will do that. I stop and talk a lot over here. So if that's something that bothers you, you may want to go ahead and exit the live, because I know it can be annoying. It's fine. So that's not, everybody doesn't like to watch that way. But everything that I'm watching is available on Law and Crime and Court TV. So if that bothers you, you can always go there and watch. I ask that you be respectful in the chat. Yes, it might be some jokes going on in the chat that may go over your head. If you're on my lives all the time, then you'll get them. It's like a if you know, you know type thing. Just overlook them if you don't get them. Be respectful to my mods, please. They really do help me make sure that this chat flows smoothly, and that most of them, not most of them, all of them have been here, and they know how we like our community to remain over here. So just keep it cute, or they will put you on mute. Oh, that was cute right there. Okay. Listen, but thank you guys so much for being here. Thank y'all so much for being here. Keith been here a long time. But yes, I appreciate every last one of you guys for being here. Everyone who's already sent super chats this morning, thank you so much for this week. It's Friday. People who've just been sending super chats, gifting memberships all week. I appreciate you guys so much. It has meant the world to me to have each of you here. So stick around and we'll make you feel like family, because it really is a family over here. It is a family over here. So thank you guys so much. And again, I want to just say again, y'all, I'm not ignoring comments. The chat is 200 of us in here right now. Sometimes it's fast. I miss some comments. And I'm also, if you're here from X, I'm live tweeting and I'm here. So I'm doing a few things on here and I'm taking notes. So it's not personal, guys. It's not personal, but if I see the comment, I'm definitely commenting back, sometimes on camera or in the chat. So yeah. She said we was all in the trenches. If you see yellow walls and don't know where she is. Key said if you see yellow walls and not Key, that's how I know. I'm telling you, I told y'all. Yeah, y'all know me for real.
Stand and face the front.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I'm sorry, Robert, with them.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
Oh my God.
I'm currently the coding product manager at Cellbrite.
And what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
What?
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbrite?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive then?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of.
Yeah, I went to Cross. I saw the comments. I went to Cross.
Sir, you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another.
Y'all got a message yesterday, and it said, "Hey, Mel, yesterday, Kat Williams was trying to redirect followers from her page to yours. She wasn't able to because you don't have the feature turned on." I don't even know what that is. So, Kat, can you message me and tell me what that is? She said, "Not sure if you know how to turn it on, or if not, she recommended her viewers to you. No millionaire left behind." Kat, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much, and thank you for being here this week. It means a lot because, y'all, this content creator world can be messy. It can be messy, so I always appreciate really genuine people like coming to my channel, recommending my channel. Kat, thank you. Thank you for just being so amazing. Yes, we love Kat. I think I found Kat doing my YSL search too. Thank you so much, Kat. I appreciate it.
The Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware that you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browserstate.db-wall and record number 4028, if I can.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds AM.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Toss long to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that we've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Right.
Not in this case, no.
All right.
What?
Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Jim McKay.
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection.
Oh,
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and use that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, you're on. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay, so it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would, it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
That's what it sounds like.
Any discrepancy between the iOS version in Ms. McCabe's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you did, what, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this jury?
So in this particular case, every iOS version that I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Oh,
And what you were asking about
serious
selective,
right now.
what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Oh, God.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, did you see any evidence of that in your review of
I
the
know
interaction
she
with
did.
Dave's phone?
Come on.
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to.
So we didn't have access?
From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. For me, why are they working so hard to say, oh, no, she didn't do it? Why would as many of us that have iPhones, why is it that all of a sudden her iPhone it's got her tabs wrong? No, oh no, she didn't really search it at 2:27. It was really at 6 a.m, even though it shows it was deleted. Why is it different for Jen? Can we get somebody from Apple to tell us? I need somebody from Apple, not all these people. I need somebody that was trained by Steve Jobs to please tell me if she could have deleted that. Tell me that y'all phones are so crazy that you would have a search just show 2:27 when it wasn't searched at 2:27. I need somebody from Apple on the line. Somebody tell me, because this is insane.
Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Spontaneous deletion, baby. That's what it did.
I can probably be quite fast. Thank you.
She did, y'all, she did this search. She knew that man was out to convince. I didn't get the hair search. Then what are you up for? I like it.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Trooper Nicholas Guarino to the stand.
Listen, Brianna, get him on the line right now because he can clear this shit right up. He can clear this up. I didn't see it.
I should give the court and jury the case out here, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor. Oh, good. Good now. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the state police, what, if any, prior experience did you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Now, with respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's office?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with regard to the electronic forensics, what, if any, specialized training have you received in that particular area?
I have about 300 or so hours Cellbrite, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, Burla motor vehicle forensics, Axiom magnet cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Sir, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation involving the defendant, Karen?
Yes.
And with respect to that, let me just ask you, at some point, did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellbrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green as in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffin?
Yes, I did.
So that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffin or had any communication that you're aware of with Mr. Whiffin, correct?
No, I reached out after the defense experts' findings were released, and I read his report.
And did you also have occasion to review a report from a Miss Jessica Hyde?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you come to independently in relation to those opinions of Ms. Hyde?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called Burla, correct?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the jury what Burla is and how is it used in criminal investigations in your line?
So Burla is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card for the car. And the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have Apple Play, CarPlay, or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
And at some point, were you made aware of a search warrant that was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do with it?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to Norfolk DA's office for data extraction, or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted, or what is the process of extracting data using Burl?
So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have the specialized hardware that actually goes on to the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data. Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off, where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to extract the information without using a chip off?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed Burla and called them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off as a last resort, because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
So they ruined her car?
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not Burla has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the Burla device?
They have an app, and they also have their tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, Burla will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or, whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these, get this data. So.
And approximately how many different types of if we're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models of manufacturers, if you know, sort of what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and Burla can actually extract information?
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constantly updating it, so they are able to do more vehicles as time goes on.
Now, at this particular time, as you sit here today, on June 17, 2024, the vehicle the defendant was operating on January 29, 2022. Is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
What?
Now, you mentioned that you had reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability, or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla, because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out. Over the next, almost 2 years, year and a half of going back and forth with them, with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, about how often were you encountering them, or how often were you getting a response in regards to the birth?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but phone calls or an email to them asking.
Now, beyond that, are you familiar with a national cyber crime conference?
Yes.
And do you attend that on an annual basis at least?
Yes, I do.
Oh, he was doing it.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability or the supportability of this vehicle with reference to birth?
So Berla has a booth at the National Cybercrime Conference. I spoke with their sales team there. Their response was to keep calling Berla, keep pestering them, and they might actually get the support sooner than later.
And again, were you ever able to ascertain or get the support to download the information from them?
No, unfortunately.
Right, Lizzie.
Now, at some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
And not from the infotainment system, but Berla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
No,
And
Lizzie.
as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. There was no readable data. I reached out to Berla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why it pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
So was Berla itself able to read that information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for you?
Other than the number 14, no.
Now, from there, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the Berla and the defendant's vehicle?
Was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off to the device.
Now,
I should put devices.
with respect, to the chip off, that was done sometime in December of 2023, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe for the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard. So, like I said, once the memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
That is
And
crazy.
as far as that chip off process, who, if anyone, was present with you, or who, if anyone, assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip off process with regard to the motherboard from the infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
I'm sorry, at the time that we actually did the chip off?
Yes.
Yeah. It was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak is has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Berla. I could consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She was a defense's expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for, I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment.
Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip-off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip-off.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher?
No, once she did the chip off, I have not spoken with her since.
Probably miss her car is no
Have a
good.
moment, John.
Yes.
Her car is no good, is basically what he's saying. They ruined her car. Why would he touch it if he wasn't experienced enough to do the job?
Now, Mr. Guarino, at some points in late January, early February 2020, were you provided with some a laptop and/or desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
One was a Dell laptop, the other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection, may you be seen, Your Honor?
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, Barchi, let's not get there.
Top and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes,
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
It's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe it was the laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data. So that way remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it. So that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to this investigation, you involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone?
Yes, I did. John O'Keefe's phone Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had opportunity to look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts' phone.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr.
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, the time that you received it, did you have a passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no, the software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence. Her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with the device called the Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and what, if anything, you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the Gray Key device?
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire, but it basically installs software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep hitting the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the defense?
Yes, it did.
You know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was actually broken into by the Gray Key device, then you're able to look into the phone. Is that correct?
Yes. Once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with the map?
So Great Key will pull the extraction. Well, it just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's a encryption key that has it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, you know, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 other people?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the Great Key was able to break into the passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yes. So again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, you know, I'm looking for calls between this time period, or, you know, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could again go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defendant's phone?
Took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, I don't know, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these 4 respective devices, that being the defendants, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Great Key, Windows 10, and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices, and what is it that, say, one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, you know, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are. As opposed to Cellbrite, they give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some points reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
But what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Mr. Cave's phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Mr. Cave's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green stated? Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning. That immediately stuck out to me because when I
Now, why the hell would he use air quotes for the Google search?
went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. It also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which
What?
Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and then it was purposely deleted.
Okay, so is he on the stand testifying that this same search was randomly deleted? Everything else from that day is in her phone, but this one was randomly deleted. I don't get why the focus is there.
There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing. Most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, written down, or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that? What, if any, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls
So
from the morning
awful.
after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database.
No.
Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So as far as, what if any opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall of a writable log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean to the jury as it pertains to
All the
these
searches
particular?
and calls.
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, it takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Cellbrite seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
What?
You indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, bases, excuse me, within the phone that contain that same information.
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the Knowledge C database.
Where is it?
They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newer software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Green's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone.
Yeah.
The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the wall file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now, with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe it's stored in the call stored dash SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the wall file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding wall file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled.
And so from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records containing extraction of Mr. McCabe's phone, what, if any, opinion you have in regard to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database. That could have been user deleted but again, it's in 2 other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does. And then marks what.
Hilarious.
Now, sir, from your review of 4 phone extractions that you reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Why are we stuck on Jennifer McCabe? Why are we stuck on her?
Yes.
This is the problem to me. I haven't heard them trying to say this is why we know Karen did it. He spent too much time trying to defend that. That Google search did it for me. I don't care who gets on this thing. I'm never going to believe she searched it as quick as not. Never going to believe it.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
Hey, just to get on my
Do you recognize? Excuse me. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, it is.
Did y'all hear? That's it right there.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I
Y'all thought the hot mic. Yeah, I thought the hot mic came on defense. I'm gonna go back.
with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's.
Yes, it is.
Kill me.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we.
Okay.
What did he think he was gonna have to do?
Sir, if I could just
Ken, he did the cell phone dump.
start you out on page 1.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that up.
What did he think he
Now,
was
with
gonna
respect
do?
to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, we have before you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so who, as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who is speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Miss Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Those are the Facebook ones.
So now they're gonna show us their text messages.
What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize. Showing you another document. Do you recognize that?
Showing my message
Yes.
to me and my game.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I will proceed to introduce and admit as an exhibit.
Okay. So the 620.
627.
Yes. If that could be returned to the witness, Your Honor, if we could, with the court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes.
Right, Hannah. None of this has weight. Not yet. And we'll be on day 26.
Go right ahead.
Day 26, I still don't get it.
And now, Trooper Guarino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
And again, from this first page, if you could, blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking, and what is said.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me, but I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to my apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate as to who's speaking, what is said, and the date and time.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
If you could continue on in through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" On 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again, Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this, feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said."
Should have stayed in my
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, "Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it."
should have stayed in home.
Karen replies back at 2:17, "Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know." John writes back at 2:17, I know. At 2:25 p.m., tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
And how does the defendant respond to that on the bottom of page 8?
So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this. At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Ms. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. At 2:29.
Dang.
At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future, so why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Now does Ms. Reed respond to that?
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
And if you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing, fighting. It's been weekly for several months now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John.
Mm.
And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Okay, stop you there for just a
Okay.
moment, sir. With regard to January 28th,
He should have left his ass to go to that bar by himself.
you were also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received
tried
by
this.
Mr. O'Keefe on that date.
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
I approach Your Honor.
Yes.
Aaron didn't get it. He wanted to talk, just like them 53 calls. She wanted to talk. But I get it. She give me an answer. Don't be beating around the bush. She should have stayed her ass at home. Stayed at home. Let him go out with his friends. She wouldn't even be sitting right there. Hey, he over it.
Guarino showing him a document.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th. Is that correct?
He missed it. He could have answered. I'm not stop calling.
Yes, from 28th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
This is the day he was found. 6 o'clock in the morning. The text message.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're now showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when we finish.
It's normal to me. She's trying to figure it out. Oh, yes.
And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce him as the next exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Now,
It's
Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Damn.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected, or missed, or answered, or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How
Damn.
many of them are rejected?
11.
He missed.
How many of them are missed?
4,
And how many are answered?
3.
He should have answered that damn phone. Nothing is.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling?
Yeah,
Yes, she does.
because you don't tell me what to do.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thanks. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Guarino, I can take each of the call logs. I don't want you to keep. Hold on a second.
I have been this kid. I don't want to text. I want to talk. Girl.
Now,
We can't hear you, and so there won't be a record of this, so you have to keep your voice up.
I will do, Your Honor. My fault.
Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down, so keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
He ready to get out.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages,
Mm-hmm.
would read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33, "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, you start a number of fights from your end. John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again."
How does the defendant respond to that?
"So you're not into this anymore." And then John says, "Not into fighting all the time, correct." That's at 2:34 p.m.
If I could turn your attention to the top of page 12.
Yes, 2:34, Ms. Reed says, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world." John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, "Then stop starting with me."
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, "I'm not answering, stop calling."
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, "Can you please answer after how you treated me earlier?" John responds back at 2:35, "Kaylee is right here."
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Reed says, "You're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me," at 2:35. And she writes at 2:38, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit."
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, "Can you answer, please?" at 2:38.
Damn.
He writes back at 2:39, "No, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun."
Ooh, and that's what I would what to do.
Karen writes back at 2:40, "Seeing if you want to meet me later.
Now,
Can you please call me?" Right after that.
it ain't pee.
And again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, "Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice." Ms. Reed writes back, "Yeah, 5 minutes." John writes back at 2:43, "My father just walked in." Karen writes back, "Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes?"
Oh,
at 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, "Not right now." Karen writes back, "I'm there when anyone else needs me," at 2:44. 2:46, "Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes."
Girl.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. 2:47, "I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
Is this a job? Not setting me up to fail.
So if I could draw your attention to
She needed to
Page
block him
42.
and go get a drink, baby. Do you hear me? Pull up at the bar he had to ignore him. Let him
Sir,
get
if I
back
could
your
ask you to
drink.
start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from the page of 49, page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant, 12:55 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
She was fine. The lady was gone.
Sir, may I approach to retreat?
Yes. Can I see counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
Karen was tired.
You
John was
are-
playing that whole day. He was playing with her that whole day. I'm sorry. I wish she wouldn't have taken him anywhere. This would probably be cut and dry. It would be, I wish she would have just went home. Baby, you should have just let that man just wait.
Great, thank you very much. So why don't we do that, and then I'll talk to you about scheduling after.
All right.
Maybe I would have blocked
You are unmuted.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
You should have blocked him. Let him have it for the night. At least for the night. Let him have it. He's not answering your calls. Then he let him
May I
have it.
approach this retreat?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I know she hadn't grieved him yet. She's still pissed right now. Mm-hmm. I she can't grieve him yet because she's pissed. You know, I would still be pissed. I would remember this day. I was mad. I shouldn't have been with you anyway. I pull up, and now I'm blamed for your murder. I'm mad as hell too, girl. I just wish she could have stayed her ass at that house. Should have stayed at her house because now look. This is mean. And just because you had a normal couple fight, that means I guess.
So I'm showing you two documents, that can do those.
Okay.
I'm sick of Paul too. Paul acts
Okay.
like his brother. That's why.
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls, or I should say, yep, calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed. And the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
What's contained in those documents, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm not seeking to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
You
No objection.
come drive me. Baby, get an Uber. What's an Uber?
No.
It says 30. Compulsory be exhibit.
Ignoring it, lady.
Thank you.
John would have been shit out of luck on next Friday. I wouldn't have been at this. Ooh, because at 37, the way I
May I
would
approach, Your Honor?
you
Yes.
went on about my business. Hey, Lynn, something. Why do y'all keep talking about a gay relationship? I haven't heard anything about it. What's that about? Here.
On your documents, sir, recognize that?
Yes, these are Karen Reed and Erin O'Keefe
Here you
phone call.
Thank you.
And what is contained in that is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Erin O'Keefe.
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibit.
Okay. There's no objection, Ms. Giannetti, right?
First, thank you for being discreet with it. We like the type of thing too.
I'm very sorry, Madam Clerk. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked as exhibits 51 and 52. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, these are phone calls from Karen Reed and Katie Camerano. And 52 is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's contained in those exhibits 51 and 52 is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
I'm sorry, whoever the Karen person is, I just have to block you because I don't even see what you're going through.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry. If you're looking
Sir,
for
showing you what's marked as exhibits 94 and then 95.
Yes. Sorry. They are chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages. And 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
And again, what's contained in those records before you is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone?
Yes.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so that you don't need the fair and accurate depiction.
he was looking too scary for me. When you they just be wondering, I don't know what. I didn't hear it. got that right, Nancy. Baby, it's not worth all of this. They say she $5 million in debt.
Yes.
Baby, AJ over there. Yeah, I know that's right. Yes, you might as well start right here. You didn't miss early. Hey, Aaron.
All right, and Trooper, you can just follow out behind him, okay? Thank you.
All right. Okay, guys. So we are done with 26. Moving on to 27. Shit, we might be done with this by the weekend. And 27 is only 2 hours. So we're almost done. Okay, so it starts with some argument. So we'll have to see what they're arguing today, but doesn't start with the witness. It starts actually with some arguments, and this is day 27. Yeah.
I'd like to hear from Dr. Russell first. Are you both prepared to?
All right, I'm so sorry, I could not hear you.
I would like to hear from Dr. Russell first. Is that her name?
Russell, Dr. Russell, yes. The order would be proposed based on scheduling, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Rachel.
Okay, then that's good because that's the order I'd prefer. So, all right. Do you have a CV for her? Good morning. Morning, Tori. Do you have a CV I could look at for her, please?
Let me see.
I love Dr. Russell. Okay.
I thought I did. Yes, I do.
And she has not written a report?
She's not.
All right. All right, let's bring her in, please.
So no jury at all today, guys.
Your Honor, before we get started, can I get an understanding? We started to say it at sidebar the other day, and you said you wanted to put that off to get to the witnesses. But I need a little bit of an understanding of what the court's expectations are. My understanding of voir dire, which this seems to be unusual in terms of the timing of it.
So the understanding of the voir dire is this is for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude this testimony. All right, that's what we're here for, the Rule 14 violation.
Is that the same with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Brinchman?
Well, I thought that would help both of you. The Commonwealth has nothing on that, and you say you haven't been able to even talk to them at all about this case.
That's correct.
So I want to find out if they have any credible, competent evidence to put.
Okay, yeah. So for the sake of not, we'll watch day 27. We'll watch that towards the end, because this is a non-jury day. We're gonna pick back up with Guarino. Him. We're gonna pick back up with his testimony. And that's day 28. So I'm gonna stop this and we'll come back there and we'll go to day 28 and we'll finish his testimony. Because he starts back on 28. He come back. Yeah, we're gonna come back after.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Bridget. I think it's better use of our time to do this if we're gonna see it twice. And we can watch it. We can watch this day. We can watch it though. No taste of Dr. Mama. Oh, no, we're gonna go back. We just gotta finish this testimony. We'll finish this day's testimony. I still have to pull it up so that we can see what's going on with it.
We're showing you a document, asking to review that with a couple of minutes.
Okay.
You think so, Sam? I think we might watch.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Oh,
it's,
we'll see.
What do you recognize that to be?
Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Okay. And then day 29. Oh, wow, I cannot believe we're at day 28. That is crazy.
Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
It's 6:34.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the minutes the next exhibit.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, you really do need to keep this. It's 6:35.
And may I approach, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, I ask you to look at that, when you're finished.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
We have no objection.
6:36.
I'm sorry, may I have the last one? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So returning to you what's now been marked as Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish a portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
She told everybody to speak up.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Mr. Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
yes, I do.
And on page 3, who is that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan.
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. First message from Laura Sullivan. at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me.
Girl, fuck you, Laura.
Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m. Laura, I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And
You're right. Forget
Laura
Laura.
finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m. Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m.
She even said that I didn't go in.
So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 through 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. To page 28.
Hannah, I'm just going to speak from experience. When someone that you love passes, not a soul is thinking about how anyone is going to look at the message. Like, you just say so-and-so died. I mean, there's no right, wrong way to say it. I'm not going to blame her. That's her friend, but I'm not going to blame her for even saying John passed away, because I think that's the appropriate thing to say. She know that's why the girl texted, you know? She know that's why he's texting. There's no right or wrong way, especially, at this time. You just like, listen, this what happened. And don't start at like that whole what happened. Don't start doing all of that. We don't want to tell you.
29, who was that conversation with?
Me too.
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
These are conversations from the early.
Yes.
That's what I was texting my friend.
These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by, I'll see you later.
You just be trying to get out, you know?
At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Forrest, which was crazy to me that he did. That was very suspicious to me. He never reached out to her. He never said anything. Now, y'all have been all lovey-dovey and talking. Another reason why I think he knew John was dead. He knew it was dead. He knew what was going on. He could have said, I'm sorry to hear that, or I've heard something. The man didn't respond at all. But 2 weeks prior, you was ready to put her on your pension plan? No.
Thank you. May I approach this to retreat?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
Yeah, that was weird to me. You could have said something, you know? You could have said something. Sorry to hear that. I've heard. You have
May
my
I approach?
oh,
Yes.
he said nothing. Why you not so quiet? What was he saying? He was acting like, hey, is this for real? What do you want? What do you want? Are you playing with me? Where did this come from? Now you don't want to give us condolences? Nothing, Forrest. We knew. We knew already.
Each of those documents, sir.
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which. which one this is.
Hold on, I'm trying to fix it. Trying to play Mr. Cleanup.
For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the, looks like the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
1/29/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds a.m. on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well, but call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call, and that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed, T-Friend. Yep. Baby, yes. But what I can't fathom, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that if it was an accident, why they didn't call the police. And that's what leads me to believe something happened. Someone is responsible for it from that house. And they just said, let them die. Could this have happened? Did some type of fight occur and they thought he left? And then as they're leaving, they noticed he didn't, like maybe they got into it and knew he was with Karen, right? They get into it, know he's with Karen, think she's outside waiting because she didn't come in the house. It happened so fast. Did they think he was heading back to the car like he left and then notice that he's in the snow? And at this point think he's dead. We surely can't say something now. Like, I just can't fathom what happened to the man. It's really bothering me.
Now, Mr. Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, we're able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55, but
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regards to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you with this, sir. You recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all got to go back.
And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list.
Sorry, y'all. My son he left his sweatpants for school.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay.
Okay, y'all, I needed to hear this part.
6:37.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m.
Wow.
We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor.
I agree, Starfish. I agree.
And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ooh!
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. I apologize. I just wanted the siren to go by.
Sorry, I missed this.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is this second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah.
Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm telling you, fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want. Fucking pervert.
Maybe she
Now,
was
the
confrontation.
fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please? So you just,
Yeah, I just can't understand. Maybe it was just too uncomfortable for her to go back to the house, with Higgins and Nicole didn't barely speak. She already allegedly had him go in to make sure it was okay for her to come. He never came back out. So maybe that's why she didn't go back. Because, baby, I would have knocked on that damn door.
played it.
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no
Bring your
content.
ass
It was just like a 1 second long message.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Hold on.
She blowing it up.
1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Cute, sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
I would have left her at home. I'm
Gilman,
sorry.
if you could.
Denise old enough. She's a good woman.
The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Gilman, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m., from your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Don't prove nothing to me either. Other than Karen's a nice woman. That sweet little niece be waking up the Cocoa Puffs by herself because I wouldn't be there for breakfast.
Yes, I need someone to 34 years old, getting back, to the attack on Weird planet. I will keep playing this terrible.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
Oh, that was uncomfortable. She was yelling their names like that.
Now, Trooper Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you testified about the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m., did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
Believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad. And then when I looked at it in Cellbrite, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
Objection, move and strike.
So no gas. What can you tell us about that?
well, if GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move and strike.
All about
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's home, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this: from your training experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices, what is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
I'd like to take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the Cellbrite extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data show while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection.
See?
So I need a foundation.
Now, do y'all hear what he's trying to do right there? Do y'all hear what he's trying to do right there? He is trying to say that Apple will, you sitting still in a car, but Apple will think you're walking, is what he's trying to say. Now, I'd believe him if I didn't check my Apple data the other day and it said I only took about 80-something steps that morning. And that was just from me coming to my apartment to downstairs and back up. It had like 100 steps. I'm doing this with my phone all day. If I'm walking around the house, like it, I done been in the car. Wait, the data is going to think you're walking when you're not moving.
Mr. Guarino, over the course of this investigation and your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When
So let's hear the question first.
Oh, that's my objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Lowell.
you're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there were essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of the distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report, just those numbers.
Do you have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31, 56 to 12:32, 16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking
I
steps?
gotta go back.
That's not the case.
What?
What is the case?
In 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31, 56 to 12:32, 16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What?
What is the case?
Hey, how?
Like I said, the phone has internal measures. The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't.
Now, what the hell do I have to do for my phone to think I'm going up steps when I'm not taking? I'm not walking around steps, but actually going up a flight of stairs. What the hell do you have to do with your Apple phone for it to think you're going upstairs when you aren't going upstairs? Do these people think we boo-boo the phone? Do they think we boo-boo the phone? The phone has to move with your body. Come on, Miss Sheila. What? Key, why when I asked the question, I was physically imagining somebody throwing the phone up the stairs. Sir, 36 steps taken 2 minutes after Karen's SUV was gone. That should be enough. Why isn't that enough for people? Hold on, let me see what Erica said. He went to that basement. I'm going to tell you. He went to that basement. Brian Higgins said, I had to go up to see the pictures or some shit like that. He went to that basement. They went to that basement. They said he's the same person. Yeah, they've been talking about them 32,000 text messages. Baby, they think we boo-boo the fool out here. Baby, that is crazy.
Have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information you're looking at.
Crazy.
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm checking my Apple Health.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview.
Right,
So-
Gary.
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So like Cellbrite, Axiom will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters, and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
Did the phone
And
fly?
were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank you.
report for the numbers?
Go ahead.
Did the phone fly at any point?
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview. It's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills. So the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as
Is he trying to say that John went up and down the hill and that's why we're seeing the up and down the stairs? Is that what this man trying to tell us? That John went up and down the hill and the hill somehow registered on his phone as stairs? Y'all got to be goddamn kidding me.
the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets back
Thank you, Forrest, for the super chat. But somebody, please get the police on the line.
Better actually, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, nope, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you
Right.
observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature, as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2.
Oh,
That tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
on your phone.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m., it has a certain accuracy and it was traveling a certain speed, correct?
I'm sorry. Lally may actually need his bar license revoked for this. You know, something I learned with YSL was, it's up to the district attorney if they're going to bring charges on someone. And I know that this man was a police officer and he passed, but there's no way Lally said and he's believing the things that he's putting in front of us. It ain't. If it was your mama, Lally, would you think that your mother was going up a hill versus walking up and down stairs? Like, that's the problem I have here. It's not about justice. It's like he's working so hard for Karen to be guilty. Like what? I am 28 days into trial. I have yet to hear any evidence that makes me think Karen did this. Thank you for the super chat. Damn, bad signal strength at their 34 Fairview 2. Damn, it's just terrible. And that is my problem. Like, he can't believe this bullshit he putting it. And I think I'm getting so frustrated because one, the woman's life is on the line. I don't know if she did it or not, right? I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence in 28 days that points to Miss Karen. I haven't seen any evidence, and we're about 40 witnesses in. I have not seen it. I have not heard it. But Lally can't believe the bullshit he putting in front of us. This just crazy.
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just read? Thank you.
This is crazy, y'all.
What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks.
Miss Sheila, it's really crazy. Wasted.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then
They don't
basically
know.
a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SARTOPO. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
the one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Roads, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
Yeah, about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
It's the stairs, man.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview's put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. Goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, again, you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording of the health data descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone initially, the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, Johnson took his ass home.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct?
Yes. Informed system.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements excuse me, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and latitude and longitude? What was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact? Okay. All right. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on them for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood. 34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31, it's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. 32 seconds, shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again shrinking back in as the signal gets better, covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we were within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time periods did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That fourth second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the fifth and sixth second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles,
Oh, God.
with
Oh, this
reference
is
to
direct.
the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
This is direct.
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the.
It's like him trying to be so certain that he never entered the house using GPS when I do find my iPhone all the time. Sometimes it will have me at my neighbor's house. I'm looking at Find My iPhone all the time. Like my sisters, like everybody. It will have us like in the area, right? We'll know that it's there. we'll kind of know where it is if you're just doing that. He can't be certain that the man didn't enter the house. And the fact that he's sitting up here acting like he can is so annoying.
The GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained.
Right.
The objection sustained.
Maybe.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
No, he had his phone.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load it into Google Earth.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I believe
I'm off the kitchen.
Okay. Thank you.
6:30.
Mayor, return to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
The court commission, a publicist, jury.
Yes.
that's loud.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Right.
Nice standpoint.
In fact, Trooper, if you're more comfortable standing for some of your testimony, you certainly can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What he's saying.
Gilman, if you could enlarge that just a bit. Now, Trooper, there should be a laser pointer up on the stand before you. If you could, first of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route. And then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here.
BG, I feel it.
So much better. The waterfall bar is right up, I can't really tell honestly from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's it's down here. I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
Your Honor, if I may, just if it's possible, I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see
Sure.
what's before him, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
And so again, sir, Trooper, I'm sorry. Now with visible before you, if you could just indicate again what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go, and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of 5 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
So,
What are we looking at in this slide?
so this is the track. This one shows the 1222, 1222 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs like listed in Cellbrite.
He won't.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to
If
the
you
Lexus.
could look this way, please.
Attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Yeah, there we go.
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is the, as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where 348 is. This is part 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out and encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349 at 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Make us a critical cross.
Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at. And this, in particular, in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy that you talked about.
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And Mr. Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Mr. Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So 34 Fairview's here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing. Again, GPS point's still saying it's right there where his body was. But again, it dropped from 72 feet of Act Street down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point at number 346, the same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Mr. Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide. Again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25, 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Yeah, go, John.
Yes.
Do you have that last document?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom. So I used both programs to map it.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit. Go, Judge.
That's one? Yes.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may we publish this to the jury?
Yes, with the lights on still?
I think so. I think so.
I can't believe this man's still up here.
Mr. Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes, so again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 234 Fairview down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right.
Y'all, did y'all want to fast forward to cross? I just saw the message. Sorry, y'all. Dealing with LJ and his band pants, child. But I think we finally got them together. Kelly said all useless. Lizzie said everything 4-3. Okay, well, I think we were almost done with him anyway. Gary, wait a minute, y'all. Why the hell is AJ looking like that? Okay, they went on a break. Okay, here we go, y'all. Yeah, it was almost time for cross anyway. All right, guys. Y'all be right when y'all say it. It's like, oh, it's time anyway. Here you go.
Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Hold on. Okay, Friday. Thank you, Niara. She said, happy Friday, Mel. Thank you for getting me through my work week with laughs and entertainment with these lives. Niara, thank you for being here, girl. I'll be out here talking to myself if it wasn't for y'all. And I appreciate it. Thank you, girl. Happy Friday.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Come on.
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Oh, minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015.
Yes, I did.
And you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Come on.
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well.
Yeah, he said online courses and freaking webinars.
You list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah.
That was during COVID.
2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was when I took most of them.
I got you. But you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
Hmm.
I
They
didn't
just
ask
had
you
it
where it was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics,
None.
do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Yes, baby.
Yeah, correct.
Karen.
You
Right, Karen. I just want to say this: as he works for government, right? When you work for the three-letter people I work for, we see this all the time. When you're in a position for a long period of time, you're open to get more promotions. They have courses that you can take, and these courses that you take may not make you qualified, but they qualify you for the position that you're in. He is not qualified to be up here saying all this shit he's saying. He just isn't. He isn't.
you have no
There's no way around it.
publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught
BG, is nothing wrong with the certifications, baby. Let's make sure we make that clear. It's nothing wrong with the certifications. He is just not qualified to be a person what he's saying. This is really technical, and he's not qualified.
that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed your
Okay,
investigation,
buddy.
so are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
But he is trying
You
to.
were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what?
Now, why the hell did he turn his head? Did y'all see him? He said, Lally, help me out. Y'all look at him.
Important details in your police report, correct?
Yeah.
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones.
Get his face.
Computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question. Then
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow
Did I
that.
tell you that?
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th,
Objection.
2022,
Whoop,
Trooper
whoop.
Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from.
Correct.
All right.
A lie. And you wouldn't act.
But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining.
Yeah,
I don't know what
You
scene
don't get to
it's.
explain, sir, most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Oh,
Ms.
can you read
Giannetti.
the first two lines? of that?
Let him grab it.
Pull out the damn report. And man, shut up.
Go.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
While on
So
scene.
you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene,
Yes.
they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay.
Yes,
And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your
Thank you, Nino. Nino Brown just became a new member. Thank you.
report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Well, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
You don't think it was? Okay. Now,
He is red.
in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office, yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
How can we trust the evidence, guys?
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discussed in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you used to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
And
Funny.
we're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device, for Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
All right. You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the Axiom report?
Yeah, no. Any reports that you have in front of you or any that you review? Where is that?
What do you that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to see. That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page.
He's saying
Be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9. Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on.
You're doing too much.
Would you agree with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph 12. I'm sorry. It says true proctor began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm
location.
not asking you to read it.
Okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
You say that, yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I use multiple programs, but yes, I use Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving, according to that data, at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact timeframes that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and
Okay,
they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here,
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand. So,
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the
I
office.
asked. I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, or of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.,
that is correct.
All right. And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, after John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So they never put it in
So-
airplane mode.
You would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify.
Well, the police, I don't think the police had the phone. Now that Sleuthy brings it up, because remember, Carrie testified that she had the phone and she is the one who gave it to the police. Now, I don't remember what time she gave it to them, but Carrie had John's phone and turned it over. She is probably the person they were tracking that entire time. I thought it was Carrie. Y'all thinking Jen? Because I could have sworn Carrie testified that she had the phone. And then she gave it to the police. But yeah, Lacey Ann is saying it was Jen, but I could have sworn I thought it was Carrie who had the phone. Yeah, I thought it was Carrie who had the phone, but one of them, but I think it's Carrie who had the phone.
Based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you would agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now,
They didn't know that was going to happen.
we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or down stairs, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12 at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered. Yes.
All right, and regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Yeah. Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes.
Okay,
but
all right. So let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying that again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been.
No. I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
No.
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. That's right, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that said specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time?
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house, I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health turns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, may be helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep
I
saying.
did.
I'm
All I'm hearing is
Apple
data.
Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Ms. Giannetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Cellbrite shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown.
That's not the
Can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay? If you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Exactly.
May we approach
Ah,
you?
exactly. Come on, you natty. Baby, he ready to get the hell out of Dodge. He is ready to get the hell out of Dodge, baby.
Sir, are you aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Cocoa
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my
With
head.
regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
3 minutes. The fact that the clock can be 3 minutes off. Lally looks like he's pissed.
Okay, Trooper, I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Yannetti? How are we going to refer to that?
It could be called, a printout regarding 3434.
Okay.
Mm.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
I didn't know this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. Didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Right.
The information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain. Let me just have a minute.
He's saying two.
It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
What?
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again,
No.
that's not, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes,
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
that is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
Look at him. Y'all look at him waiting on
You
you.
didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications.
Hold on, Too Pretty. Thanks for the super chat. She said, all right, millionaires, that's my time. I'm getting on the road now. I'll check in later if I can. I love y'all. Rich Chat Gang, hashtag RCG. That's what rich that means. Anyway, Too Pretty, thank you so much for everything you did this week, girl. Be safe on that road. Be safe on that road and have a good time where you're going. Thank you.
Communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure.
I wonder what he want to approach for right now. Because that's the question I want to know too. Why can't we see what they talked about with Al?
You would agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, it was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
Page 2, I mean, some more. Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't
Can I close with that?
approach the witness with that? Okay, show it to Mr. Lally first.
So I'm going to
Yeah.
place this before you without destroying the
I got it.
computer.
Yep.
Sorry, sir. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep. This is you could put in a PDF. This isn't what I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Cellbrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the
Y'all, the nerve of this clown. He won't testify to what he's looking at because it may be filtered, but you will testify that a man's phone says that he is going up and down steps and you believe that it's heels. You believe it's heels. Now, let me say this, though. Listening to both testimonies, I am so happy the defense pulled out that there are those 3 different clocks and there may be a 3-minute difference, because it definitely explains why he thinks he was still in the car when in fact he could have been in the house. Now, I hope the defense, I don't know if they'll do this, but I do hope they go the step ahead and tell us which clock his phone was registering on so that we can get more accurate times. We've got to shut the theory down that the man was in the car going up and down hills versus being in the house. We've got to do that.
date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
A waving in the air. Yes, we've got to dispel that. Baby, I won't testify to this. Baby, but you got to testify to this crazy.
You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report. On page 2, you state, quote, in my initial Celebrate UFED reader report, and then you put version 7.53.0.29, that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23:0?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
They're back there bored.
Can I approach you on?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, sir, I placed before you a document. Could you familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts?
Have a call.
Miss Sheila, I do not have a time for when the live will end today, but I am going to order a Red Bull myself. I got a little tequila here, so I may have Red Bull and tequila, but yeah, go ahead and get it together.
Log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23:0.
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with, doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall, marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
It just says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered?
It does.
Okay. May I have that marked for identification, please?
Okay,
He's really trying on this stand, baby. He's embarrassed.
thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a cell by report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffin or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right. Did I ask you about your April 24th report, sir?
Yes.
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right. Now, going back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the two searches that we discussed, how long TI die in CIKD and how long to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrate, and
Sorry, that
dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong dying cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Now, is he going to explain this away as well?
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm placing before you what has been marked as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
That was marked by Celebrate as deleted, was it not?
yes.
All right. And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
Why would she delete calling her sister, guys? I mean, every time they mention stuff that they did, I'm like, why the hell would you do that unless you didn't want people to see that you did it? It's your damn sister. Why?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification.
Yeah.
If you'd
Yeah.
familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco and then again, coming from wall files, correct.
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And
Get up.
those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrate, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
You need
An
both.
objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already,
Apply for identification.
no, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicate.
I understand.
So what I'll do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point you find where this is, and we will mark this like A to whatever
Okay.
the
That makes a lot of
whatever
sense.
the number is.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bates, if you could display what was marked Y for identification. And, Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right, and with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds, listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
It's listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
With regard to the second call, that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes,
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes,
also listed as answered,
yes,
and also marked deleted, correct?
yes, and there's a reason.
And are you
That's right.
aware
Keep going.
that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And again, Your Honor, if I may approach the show.
You're in
something
front of
that's
the
on
house.
a computer
In front
screen.
of the house at this point. Y'all correction, they were in front of the house about 6:08.
Okay. I've placed before you what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from
Incomplete
whoever's
PDF.
call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file.
Well, by now
There-
we need a
This
source
is completely,
file.
it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top, it would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? If you can, please answer it.
With the data given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Can I just say, why is he making it like it is so hard for someone to send you something in Word and you just have it converted to PDF? Why is he acting like this? I'm not even that tech savvy, and I know that. Why is he?
Was it Michael Proctor?
No. As I said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
Yep.
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022,
Yes.
all right? You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't,
Okay, John O'Keefe's phone?
yes, that's why I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse you. With regard to my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors, other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
No.
And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove,
Why
so
would they remove
I only have what I was
anything?
given.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you,
Mhm.
how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon, but again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and timestamps, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
What?
But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
If I may have a moment?
Yes.
Sorry.
Mr. Guarino, you were asked about qualifications as far as certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, advanced database, the class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes deeper into the database searching, SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point in time, did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday bag?
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11-something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there was only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So
now, as far as what you provide to one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor, can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Gray Key or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data and the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st, and then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Now, you were asking questions about Mr. Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened, I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. Case?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
I'm going to allow this.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
Okay. Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So
you didn't even know
it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffin as well, is that correct?
Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them and they escalated it up and he reached out to us to help us.
Jim made that comment.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy. And I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
So he had heart rate data too? I didn't hear about that.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
He made the search.
Now, from that same information, as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Right, T.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you, this now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file that's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze is started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log.
He is up here literally defending his reports, his findings with his life, because he's not equipped to be up here doing this. And so he's like, oh, the defense is their witness is not going to one-up me. He's just trying to defend his work. That's it.
There's nothing to do
And I get it, but you got to know when you're wrong.
with anything else.
And so,
When
then,
you're wrong.
sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Unetti showed you? What, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, with regard to, you were asking questions about Ms. McCabe signing consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Celebrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Celebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could you speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches?
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61, so that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
Y'all, it's like, I think it's just crazy to me that they really wants to believe 4 hours apart, her browser is still showing her. And I mean, it hasn't done for anything else. 4 hours apart, her browser is showing her opening. I mean, it's going to track her at a 2:27 time when it was really 6. I just don't see that happening.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's just physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So
It's Raining Men, that's accurate. Everything is accurate except that one search. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as all files are write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file, and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you were showing in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, As far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellbrite reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Objection.
So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to stop. So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break.
Baby, he like,
There is a
damn.
chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow. So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
Sir, it's closing it up, looking on the chairs, all right.
If you could please watch that facing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, y'all. Oh, Miss Ma'am, not supposed to.
So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your
He must be really quick off the stand. Okay, Bev.
And you remain unfocused.
There we go. He's gonna be quick.
No, it's
He's gonna be quick, and then it's the young lady next. Yes, we do.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this case, this investigation, who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Renee Stonebridge to the stand.
Okay.
If you could please watch that facing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Great. So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up. We want to keep our air conditioning on, so just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
Come on, girl.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Okay.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a bachelor's of science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude.
Okay.
After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means that every medical specialty has their own board. So for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Now, if I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells, and then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what is that?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross-match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases, plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again, in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of the neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any?
The fact that she's talking about cutting the brain open, like Sister Girl gets down because what?
Those other things.
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now,
She got it, honestly, child. Lord, that brain, oh my God.
with respect to
No, not the Michelin.
with respect to the cases that you do see, at some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Arini Scorrillo.
She is an MD.
And with respect to your analysis,
I remember I heard her say she works for the medical examiner's office. She is an MD, but she didn't do his autopsy.
here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize, in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Now, if I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. The leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time, the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes. Subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID. And leptomeninges, LEPTOMENINGES.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, with regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see during the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also, sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell it?
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unsi area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unsi herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Damn.
Now, if I could ask you, Doctor, just to
Or just
familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion?
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
Now, you're also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny. It almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in this O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions, because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, Doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
If I could turn your attention, Doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before. As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like one or two, three, four, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
So did she say there were too many contusions for her to keep count of? I believe that's what I heard.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those oci, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed. The blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as an intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital forms of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could, please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
How do you explain no
Thank you,
bruising
Doctor.
on his?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
No questions, thank you. You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, here we go.
Jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Arini Scorrillo. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I could take you back and just ask you a few questions regarding your educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts. If I could start with your undergraduate work, as far as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
Mm-hmm.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school. I completed 4 years of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. And following medical school, I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
And then following your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following that 1-year fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly, what does it mean to be board certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements, as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
And is that certification at this time, is that up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist, are there any organizations that you belong to in relation to your work in that field?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And that's an acronym as far as name.
Name.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that time frame as well, what, if any, experience do you have in regard to teaching the areas related to your field?
I've always been interested in teaching. I started teaching as a pathology resident, teaching other residents and medical students. And during my time in New York City, I enjoyed teaching medical students and residents. We had a very active education program in New York City. So I've always been involved with teaching both pathology and forensic pathology.
Now, to those terms themselves, if I could ask you briefly just to describe to the jury as far as pathology in general sense, what is pathology?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and pathology looks at disease processes and as well as trauma and the effect they have on the human body.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology looks at disease processes and injuries in the human body and tries to determine the cause of death in deceased individuals.
And as far as anatomic pathology, what exactly is it?
Anatomic pathology, as opposed to clinical pathology, is it has to do with any organ that is in the body, versus clinical pathology that deals with fluids and blood analysis and things like that. So anatomic pathology, a lot of anatomic pathologists are surgical pathologists. That's another term that you will hear. These are pathologists in the hospital that look at tissues under the microscope, and they come to a diagnosis, whether something is benign or malignant. And forensic pathology takes anatomic pathology to another step, to another level, by looking at the whole body and trying to determine the cause of death instead of organ specific. Instead of just looking at one organ, forensic pathology looks at the whole body.
Now, you're also familiar through your work and training experience in regard to forensic pathology with a term called autopsy.
Yes.
And is that something that typically you would do in the case of sort of your investigation and your analysis in regard to pathological analysis when it came to a body or a patient that comes in?
Yes, an autopsy is a procedure that we do to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so, doctor, with respect to an autopsy, may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain in general terms as far as when a body or a patient comes in to the OCME, as far as what is an autopsy, what is involved in it, and sort of what does that consist of?
Yes. When a case, a death is first reported to the medical examiner's office, we make a determination as to whether that death falls under our jurisdiction. Cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner include all violent deaths, all deaths that are due to not natural causes, all accidents, intoxications, deaths of babies and children, and deaths in individuals that were not under the care of a physician when the death occurred. So once a case is accepted and it falls under our jurisdiction, it is given a numerical number, and then the body is transported from either the location of the death or the hospital to our facility. Our facilities. We have 3 facilities in the state of Massachusetts. Once the body comes to our facility, then there are a number of steps that are taken. The body is processed. What that means is that there pictures are taken, a weight is taken, a height is taken, everything is input into our computer system, and then a determination is made as to whether an autopsy is required in order for us to determine the cause and manner of death. If the answer is yes, then we proceed with the autopsy.
Now, as far as an autopsy is concerned, there are 2 sort of primary components of that, as far as an external examination and an internal examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury, again, in general terms, sort of what the process is in reference to both external and internal?
Yes. So the autopsy or the post-mortem examination has 2 main parts. The first one is the external exam, and it is basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color. We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures, we make notes, we look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body if we think that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body, and the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined. thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of the chief medical examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you note in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's 2 things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death, and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death, or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents.
Sorry, y'all. I was trying to get my food, my DoorDash. But thank you, Miss Sheila, for gifting a membership. If you received a membership from Miss Sheila, please make sure you say thank you to Miss Sheila, and I appreciate it. Sorry, y'all. People always get lost trying to bring me my food, so I'm still listening. I'm in the comments, though. Oh, Barchi, stop.
The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person, with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Larry. It's sustained.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination is manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Thank you. I see while I was gone, after Erica gifted a membership. Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much, Mr. Crosby. Of course, guys, if you received a membership, please make sure you tell them thank you. Thank you guys so much. How y'all feeling about this Emmy versus Stonebridge that just got off so far? I think I like listening to Stonebridge a little more. That's probably it. That's probably just what it is.
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents, ask you to review it, look up when we finish.
You did not a whack job. I agree. I think people are getting the memberships and not aware because people have come in today and say, "Hey, thank you for the membership." I don't know. Maybe they're not watching or looking, but I think at least they come back and say thank you. We appreciate it.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
So they didn't even, it's undetermined? Oh, God. Okay.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The 2 manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Yes, I can.
No, may I approach?
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. The manner and cause of death, her explaining that is interesting.
Be determined. If you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the
Ash, is that far back enough? Is that what you're trying to do?
cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The 2 manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
No, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Objection.
Now, Dr. Scorrillo, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury?
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those 4 types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, Doctor.
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, I break blood vessels and under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
I'm familiar with what is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes, so an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the back side of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that cleans up.
And as far
or
as
forward.
the interior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scorrillo, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was recent subdural hemorrhage, that is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And At that point, I removed the brain, and I, instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution, and I sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes,
And who is that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull and that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
Would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observe, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
Damn. Damn, y'all. I think what's getting me is her saying the multiple fractures of the skull. I'm thinking if she did hit him with the car, right? And he hit his head, right? I'm like, am I understanding it wrong that he wouldn't have as many fractures? It almost sounds like he got beat in the head. Like it, I'm definitely not this into science, but just listening, it sounds like he was beat in the head. And how does he have multiple fractures in his skull? Unless even after that blunt object, he was hit more times. It seems like they beat the hell out of him. He got beat up and bit by Chloe. What would he hit? Key, you don't remember yesterday? Trooper Paul said he had his arm out. He hit the car. When the car hit him, he had his arm out. That's what broke it. And that's what caused the scratches. He did a pirouette, flew in the air 30 feet, but before he flew, he hit his head. Then he flew 30 feet. They all said the head fractures are from hitting the ground. Like he just beat his head on the ground. It just scientific. I don't want to say scientifically because I'm not a scientist, but it just does not sound logical to me. the only logical explanation for everything I have heard, and we are on day 28, is that he was hurt inside that house. But what's sad is, like Ash said, his last moments were horrible. On top of the fact, it sounds like he was still alive when Karen got to him. At least there's a little life. It sounds like it. I mean, they were trying to save him. I'm like, I'm like, damn, what happened? I need somebody to flip. Because this one, I don't think I'm going to be able to get out. I'm going to need somebody to flip with this one. Yeah, she up there gargling that water just like, what's his name was? Guarino was doing.
Can I have a moment, Sharon?
Yes.
Got you, Ash. Thank you for that.
Now, when you're conducting this internal examination, is there sort of a division of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess and we'll be back.
Bentley makes a great point. Bentley, it's like listening to this case, y'all, I just keep wondering, how did they plan for Karen not coming back? What if she went back? What if she went back and found him earlier than she did find him? It's just, man, it's just so unfortunate because he pissed me off with those text messages, but nobody deserves what happened to him. That it's nasty what happened to him. And even nastier that they're probably going to get away with doing what they did to him. That's just, that's the hardest part of it.
Examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach. What, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. Wischnewski, and they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saying that until after you had said it. With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand, what does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone as hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with severe coronary artery disease goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees. But the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die, their body temperature starts to drop, they get more disoriented, they get more confused, their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I didn't mention this. We also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did, some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken from, and why?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher. Point. Sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in these notes. I don't know if you have the.
Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as the BAC and vitreous humor versus.
I heard the blood alcohol levels. Y'all saying he was blackout drunk? Is that what you guys are saying? That he was blackout drunk?
The other number from his blood. What, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as, or what, if anything, can you take from it?
That suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags. It's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the circulation. The alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but the fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports from Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with your review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that means?
Go ahead.
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or in asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you attach leads to the body, there is no electrical activity coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted.
Now wait. Now Moshe said, I don't know if you're joking or not. So if you're joking, okay. Moshe said they poured alcohol down his mouth to explain an accident. I don't think that. Listen, I am not one of the people that think the conspiracy goes that deep. We saw him on video drinking. They seem to drink all the time. I do think he was drunk. I really do. I think that is one thing we should all be able to agree on. He was drunk. The Alberts were drunk. Julie, Chris, everybody was damn drunk. I mean, I think that is one thing we can all agree on. They were drunk as hell. They were all drunk. If they weren't drunk, they drank a lot. How about we say that? Functioning alcoholics, it's out there. They drunk a lot, but no, they drunk a lot. They did. Now, Ash, I was telling you about the person on X's theory. I could see the slip and fall. Now, them saying the multiple contusions, you said that they could spread, right? I can see they said something about walking in, needing to use the restroom and falling down some stairs, right? And then Chloe, not knowing him, does the scratching and all. I'm like, damn, I could see that happening. But my only problem with that theory is that it's really an accident that they could have called the police and explained. Which is why I'm back to they had to beat him. I could see the fall happening, but what I can't see is a fall happening and them not calling for help once they noticed he'd fallen. You get what I'm saying? So I just can't. The slip and fall will be consistent. I think you're saying wouldn't. You're saying wouldn't. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but they were definitely lifted. Ash, I see that. I see what you're saying there. The slip and fall theory, I'm telling you, I was there with the person. Then I said, but if that really happened, why wouldn't you call for help? Which is why I can't believe it's that simple. You wouldn't be doing all of this lying, dumping cell phones if it was as simple as a slip and fall. Maybe they just wanted to beat them up or something and it got out of hand. They were drinking. It really does sound like an unfortunate drinking accident. I don't think anybody intended to kill John when he got there. I really just think things just got out of hand and this is what happened. But that falling theory, I was like, I can see that. And I can see him slipping and falling. But what I can't see is him slipping and falling and no one calling for help. That throws it out the window for me. I just can't see that. Unless he slipped down the steps. But why wouldn't they call for help though, Ash? That's my only problem with the slipping and fall theory. If he slipped and he fell, why didn't anyone call for help? And then the scratches that are on him as well. The scratches that are on him too. But damn, Key, they had to start talking shit immediately. If he went in that house, if he took those steps between 12:21, 12:24, he take 36 more steps at 12:31, 12:32. Damn. He wasn't even in that house 10 minutes. They were too drunk and panicked. They were much better cover-up stories they could have used, but I think they panicked. Gary, I could agree with you there. I can see them panicking. Bunch of psychopaths who didn't want him to live, accident or not. Bentley, I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you there either. I honestly don't know if I believe Colin Albert did anything. Okay. I feel like it would be more of a heat of passion with Higgins than anyone else. Agreed, except why work so hard to keep Colin out of paperwork? If he left at 12:10, like you said, he left at 12:10. That's why Colin is always going to remain a suspect for me. Do you think he found out about Karen and Higgins? Nika, I have toyed with this too. Did he find out? Did they talk about it? And he like, I'm finna go in here and set him straight. And then boom, it just went left. Or somebody pushed him down the steps. Keisha, okay. Okay, Keisha. She said, I'm trying to see. I think the dog attacked him and he fell down the steps. Nikki, my problem there. If they saw him, why not call for help? That's an accident. Worst case, they put Chloe down. Worst case, they put Chloe down. Excuse me. That's the worst case. They put Chloe down. I think Higgins is involved. Well, of course, because why would he do that with his phone? What is he hiding with his phone? See, well, they said that his eyes came from the hemorrhaging of his brain. We looked it up too. So I said, okay, I can okay with the eyes. Has no one fallen downstairs? I haven't. I have never fallen downstairs before. In fact, that's one of my worst fears. If you ever catch me walking downstairs, I'm holding on to the rail for dear life. Y'all think John found out about Higgins? Okay. Mel, no Nick destroying the phone and SIM card, going to the base. Alice, listen. I told y'all, listening to the theories, I was like, yeah, but nobody called. Listening to Brian Albert, you were having sex with your wife. and you must have butt down an iPhone. Y'all see my phone right now? Can y'all see my phone? Locked. My phone is not unlocking unless I put the code in. Locked. The phone is locked. So Brian Higgins, stop it. Nicole, your sister, everybody butt dialing each other. Come on. The 227 search, they did something to him, but I just don't know what. I don't know what he did. Y'all. Hold up, Colin. He has to be Val, because why would you hide him like this? That's it. But God damn it, who is the person that's going to figure it out? This has to be solved. This just can't be up in the air. Y'all got to find this out. This cannot be up in the air. This can't be up in the air. I think the fight happened on the basement steps, Kels. I like that. I mean, not like it, but I think that's plausible. I want to know what the basement looked like post-attack. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get through all these comments. I think the first blows came from the men, but Colin decided to be cowardly and Punk swing. Something happened in their house. Why are they hiding Colin? I want to know too. He held up okay on the stand. I just really feel like, y'all, I need one of those moments. Y'all remember on Legally Blonde when she started talking about the permed hair? Like, I want one of those moments on the stand where you go, oh, I know it, because they know what happened to that man. What if they were play fighting, like in the bar, and it got out of hand? I could see that. I think they fought him, went back upstairs to drink, and Chloe got a hold of him. Which I think they beat her. They went for a round with him, left him in the basement, like, oh, we'll come back to him. And then Chloe got him. Plausible. Well, I have had multiple family members fall and break their ankle. They got to be more careful, friend. I fell down basement steps, bruised my back and butt. I hope you okay, friend. That's my worst fear, y'all. I don't want to ever break my legs. I mean, I don't want to break anything, but falling down the stairs. Babe, I'm holding on for dear life. 50 calls exonerated her for me. She ain't know where he was at, and she was mad. I agree. Who calls him 53 times? And then leaving boy pissed. She was pissed. Lying. I'm leaving. I'm not finna be here. Baby, she was waiting on that man to walk through that door. Okay, y'all, I'm trying to see. Am I at the end? She said road trip to Canton, Alice. I'm not going to Canton. Okay, I'm not going to Canton. You won't know what the basement looks like. They remodeled the basement. I remember someone said that. Fell down the stairs when I was 9 and cracked my tailbone. Oh, shit. He had 0 bruises below his waist. Why is Nicole cleaning, child? You know why. Forrest says, sorry, Mel, no Ben and Snap coming. Okay. He said, hold up. Oh, Lord. I don't even know. Okay. I tore my MCL in Jamaica. What? Baby, you gonna have to calm down. We over 30. In Jamaica having too much fun. They lied too much for it to be accidental. I agree, Ebony. I agree. I mean, I agree. It's too, why are they doing so much lying? If they had no part in it, why are you doing so much lying? The bruises, even on his arms, scratches were his hand. I don't know I can't remember which hand it was, but his hand having bruising was like, okay, what's that about? To me too. Okay, do you remember how Brian Albert talked about letting Chloe out? Yep. Letting her right back in? Yep. That has always been strange, like mentioning it. So, Kat, what's strange for me is everybody in the house saw him do it. Like, you know, like they said, do you remember I came in, I let the dog out, right? It's just a part of the story I don't quite understand, because we don't hear about Chloe anymore. That next morning, she should have been barking. And we don't hear about her barking, causing a scene. The officers didn't see her. Where the hell was Chloe? And why wouldn't she be in that house? Like my dog, she's a barker. If I put her in the back room and she knows someone is up here talking to me, she's going to bark the entire time. She's never going to stop. I can go back there and say, Barchie, be quiet, be quiet. I can do that. Shut up, Barchie. She is going to still eventually, she's still going to be barking because she knows someone is up here with me. She's going to do that. So I think Chloe definitely would have been barking. Hey, Zakia. Hey, girl. Ash having too much fun. Kelly said, I fell on black ice. Hit my lower back. Sorry. And had a hematoma the size of a grapefruit. Bruise clear down the back of my legs to my knees. Damn. Kelly, I'm glad you're okay, friend. Being this snap is from Legally Blonde. Come on. I was trying to see where it's from, and I still don't see it yet. He said it's from Legally Blonde. Come on. I'm still trying to remember. I know it's from a movie, but I'm running it through my head, and I'm still not getting Legally Blonde. I'm still not getting that movie. I'm not getting that line from the movie. You got to tell me which part it was. Hold on. Ain't no way. There's no way Jen came in and Chloe didn't bark. She probably is, but Barchie's a barker. And I don't believe that you have a barker and the way they say Chloe was, and people come into your room and you not remember Chloe running towards you, barking, doing anything. I just don't see that happening.
So it is 80.1.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m. Is that correct?
It was taken, actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57 a.m.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yo.
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature of his body at the time that he was taken to, that he was examined by EMS and taken to the hospital. So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well.
Y'all, I had to Google bend and snap, and now thank you to Google. I know what we're talking about. I'm like, I don't remember that part. How did I forget that part? I know what y'all talking about.
Below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that type of onset as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented, and eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
Yep, that part.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
I'm just waiting for a moment like that. On that stand where she's like, somebody up there like, they made me do it, something like that. Yes, she did, Brianna.
Now, with regards, as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these types of conditions, what, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship would the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
Well, again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the rate at which the body loses heat.
Now, lastly, with regard to this area, Doctor, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe having sort of alcohol on board in the system at the time the hypothermia onset, what, if any, relationship does that have in respect to the onset of hypothermia and the rapidity of that?
Alcohol intoxication, it has been shown to inhibit some of the mechanisms that the body uses to maintain heat. So it's definitely a factor that is a negative factor when it comes to hypothermia.
May I approach?
Yes.
The power tag.
Doctor, I'm showing you a
They said power
on your
tag.
two-page document. You can just review that, look up when you're finished. Do you
Yes.
recognize that, Doctor?
I do. It is a
It's so funny that she said that. Ashley just sent me this picture. I saw it on X. Hold up. Let me wait a minute. Brianna, tell me. Make the screen bigger, then show it. He is dressed up in an orange jumpsuit with a teardrop. Do y'all see the teardrop? The teardrop is very alarming. Ashley just sent that picture to me. I saw it on X a while ago. I think when we first started doing this trial. But baby Colin done lost his mind.
a photocopy of the exam notes that I took at the time of autopsy.
Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes next exhibit.
That is bad.
Thank you.
I said thug.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury at this time.
Okay.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer. Coming, if you could, enlarge that just a bit, and if you could focus in sort of towards the top and the head. Now, Dr. Scorrillo, what?
He said we being dramatic. He should have went as Barney. Okay, Mr. Rogers for all I care. Why you want to go as a prisoner with a teardrop after people accusing you of killing somebody? And then he probably thought he was on the radar because by that time his name hadn't been brought up. Baby, that boy should have went hell. Spider-Man, Captain America. He looks like he's like anime. Well, now he might not be an anime type guy. Hell, Forrest Gump, somebody, anybody other than that.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that you did with regards to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both height and the weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Now, doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area, directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
In terms of injuries,
Yes.
you'd like me to point out the injuries? So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was an abrasion on the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, or right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Cummings, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down so the middle of the torso. And Dr. Scorrillo, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or upper extremity portion of Mr. O'Keefe.
So on the right upper extremity, and again, this is the back of the body. We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I?
Thanks. This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down for the lower extremities. Again, Dr. Scorrillo, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regards to this.
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Doc. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Nora, may I approach again?
Yes.
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to just review that a couple of things.
Yes,
And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are copies of diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 644.
And Your Honor, may I return that to the witness?
Yes.
With the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury.
Okay.
Ma'am, one moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yeah, Ron, I know they said they clipped his neck. Now, also at any point, I saw someone put this in the chat, but maybe I missed it. At any point, did she say he had any defensive wounds on him, guys? Because that's something I would be looking for. I may have missed that during the start of her testimony.
Again, Dr. Scorrillo, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen is the next exhibit before you.
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both.
Can somebody answer this? Because I don't want to lie, but I don't think they wanted it. I don't know if it was from the Albert family. Was it during the FBI investigation, guys? His hand. Now, I don't remember that. Okay, wait a minute. Somebody already answered it. Hold up. Let's go back so that I can say it. Okay, yeah, it was from the FBI. The FBI's case. Baby, thank God for the FBI. Thank God for the FBI.
Sides had ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were two abrasions, two scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear. And I noted them right there.
Come in, you can scroll down a bit. And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could use the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed, and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular. And then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury.
In this moment, if I could have the next page of that. Doctor, if I could direct you to the next page of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, then really sort of mark on the top left diagram.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we get into the diagram that's up on the screen, if I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean in specific reference to the area of the eyes?
Ecchymoses are a word that we use to describe bruising. Orbital ecchymosis or periorbital ecchymosis or supraorbital ecchymosis just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. And when we see ecchymosis or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma. to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull. And this, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, when we ask first, as far as were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries within the skull and the brain interacted with each other? In particular, interacted also with the ecmoses that you're describing in the orbital region.
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is, think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable. So an impact to the back of the head was in this case, because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior cranial fossa are fractured, as I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face, when you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis, and that particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like. But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any bleeding around the eyes, because it could signify or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull, and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
So the ecchymosis itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's coming into, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up, is that correct?
Correct.
And doctor, if I could ask you with reference to, if you could illustrate with the laser pointer on the diagram up on the screen, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, as far as the bleeding within the brain, what, if any, impact that has on the skull as far as the fractures are concerned, or the building up of pressure itself?
The subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins in the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain. That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and it can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying, but it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. You know, spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can, we can have the lights back on. Now, may I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal, you give an example of that?
The one that forensic pathologists like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by.
Do you hear what she's saying? He could have been saved if it weren't for the being out there in the snow for all that time. He could have lived.
The fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes, or hours.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
Ellen, thank you so much for the super chat. Ellen says, about some CW witness standing up and speaking some truth, I was waiting in vain, but find it so interesting that the defense has filed a motion for the Commonwealth to disclose witnesses declining or reluctant to testify in 2.0. Wait a minute, so interesting that the defense, what? Why would they have to beg for that? Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Why would they have to do that, I wonder? That at this point, I don't even have words for the things that I'm seeing. Again, we're at day 20. Are we at 28, y'all? We're at day 28, and we're still not seeing any evidence that they want to present that makes us believe Karen did it. They destroyed the lady's car, so can't go by the GPS. So many of you have pointed out that if it was in her car had backup cameras. It would have beeped, it would have made all these noises. Some of you even said it would have stopped if it sensed the body back there. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Thank you for the super chat.
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks,
Yes.
anything like that? Did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
That's what we want to know.
Now,
Yeah.
from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that Mr. O'Keefe was?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place. But I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Now, with respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there, but as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
As I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often. Given the history that I was provided that extensive resuscitation was attempted, I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, doctor, with regard to the, just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Well, I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull versus the thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
And can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Vasodilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as relations, but so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia? What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. Then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
And Protron?
Yes.
Girl, I know you said. Their cross is going to be the next day. So when we get to day 29, that's going to be cross. Proctor pleading the fifth is so on point. It's so on point. Him pleading the fifth is on point. But here's the thing. If Proctor's going to plead the fifth, then what happens how they going to talk about the investigation? Proctor was the lead investigator. So I don't, how they going to do that? There's so many other reasons why Proctor should be up there. And if I'm the jury, I'm wondering why the lead investigator is pleading the fifth. I'm wondering why he's doing it. Right. Yeah, I'm wondering. If he's not up there, I'm wondering why. That's your lead investigator. We know.
Doctor, I'm showing you a series of 5 photographs. Ask you to review those with Dr.
Yeah, Risa, I mean, like, if they found him earlier, you know? By the time they found him, it was over.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Bev says she's ready to go. Yeah, I think they're finna go after this, y'all. I know.
And having looked at the photographs, it makes sense that we break for today. We'll start fresh with this tomorrow rather than.
All right, y'all. Damn it. We're on day 29. We're on day 29, guys. Okay, in my mind, Allie was there to alibi Colin. I believe that. And he's not allowed as a third-party culprit. I heard that too. But their ruling was after they filed their witness list without Allie. So why are you leaving Allie out? Why can't we keep saying Colin is responsible? I can't wait to watch the hearings, y'all, because you guys have told me so much that's happening in 2.0. and I need to understand why. I need to hear the arguments. You know, I hear you guys saying it, but I need to, because Bev, how are you going to tell them who they can and can't have? Like, how are you going to tell them how they can try their case? I want to see why she made their ruling, and I need to read it. I know the rulings are out there, so I want to read it to see why she went the way she went. I need to understand it, because they are protecting him. Exactly. But why, Bev, why are you protecting him too? Somebody need to pinch Bev. Yes. Latigra, I stopped doing my tally marks, but I will tell you I stopped at about 27 Monday. That was about Monday. I can't tell you the last witness. I've been writing their names down, but I can't tell you the last witness. It says, actually, Manning, when you watch the hearings, because Bev is like a complete asshole moron. I want to see them. And if I'm done, if I stay on long enough and I go ahead and roll through day 30, maybe we can get some hearings in on Saturday. Maybe that's what we'll watch, hearings or something, so that we're up to speed. I know it's a lot of them, but we got a little time. We got 2 days. So maybe we'll be able to do that. I just really want to understand this Colin thing, and why can't we say something about him? I really just don't understand that. Okay, Lucky and Dr. Russell. She said Lucky and Dr. Russell are up next. Okay, we're on day 29. Y'all, we really are moving. Day 27 was the voir dire, and we'll go back to day 27. All righty. My bad, y'all. Press play on the wrong thing.
Research or investigation into this case.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to be doing this case for about 2-3 weeks. Them starting this case on Tuesday really sped us up, because we've been getting through it. The hearings are great, infuriating entertainment. Oh God. Why I feel like we move, because we are. I don't know how we already here. Key, I ain't gonna talk about bathing, but I'm gonna say wash that hair, because that hair has been dry all 30 days. All 30 days. The crash daddies. I can't wait to see these crash daddies y'all keep talking about, okay? Thank you so much, Miss Debbie. Thank you. Listen, y'all been right here with me. I don't know what's wrong with all of us, but I think it's been anywhere from we started at about 150 people or something or so. And we've kind of been a little steady at about 270 every day. So it's 270 of us that have sat through this madness. I don't know why some of y'all sat through it twice, but I'm happy you did, because y'all have helped this chat out so much with questions and helping us remember things. So shout out to all of you guys that did it the first go around and sat through it again. Thank you guys so much for that.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see?
Bev hair just too damn dry. It's just too damn dry. She got to put something on it.
Is there an answer to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very. I hope I get to see some of them. I really do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scorrillo, if I can ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included in that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information. Again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes.
Listen, this case, it's the case. It's the case. I've been up here like 9:30 every day. 9:45.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Hold up, let's go back.
And unless I have enough information, clear and convincing.
They're asking, I went back because somebody asked a question. I'm like, let me see. I heard her.
Autopsy until we issue a report. I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, Doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
Okay, I thought
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
So like Lexi said, why did she have to tell him that? Sounds like he probably did try to coerce her.
Yes.
No, Marina. Sorry. This is not cross. We are still indirect.
Doctor, I'm showing you
I lost my glasses, girl.
5 photographs that I gave you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
Ms. Little?
No objection. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Zakia, he tried to say something to her. He said, no. Because we saw Trooper Proctor talking about her crazy. Debbie, he had to. It's the ME. He had to put up there. Who determined Karen would hit John with the car? The investigator, Jen. I don't know if my friend's still on the live. It was Jen. That's who determined that he was hit by a car. That's who determined it. It was all
Thank you very much.
Lally got to see.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order.
All of that, and it was undetermined, y'all. All of that. He said the DA made the determination. They were, I didn't hear his name yet. Did they?
May I approach again?
Yes.
Right.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator, adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C-collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And it's coming if I could have photograph 285-7. Now, doctor, this is
Alice, remember we watched that video of him? I think it was before we even started the trial. It was him. It was like a 5-minute video of him talking about this case and Karen and what happened. We watched it right at the start, right when we first started watching the trial.
It's not before you at the current time of Carly Mark with Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role would that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present. They're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 286. Doctor, returning to the exhibits of the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
So let me answer Ash's question real quick, because Ash, this is something I was asking on X too. I said, wasn't he found face up? Because I remember hearing Carrie say they wiped the snow off of his face, which in my mind would imply he was face up. But on the 911 call, Jen says we flipped him over. And so we flipped him over. I'm like, well, if y'all had to flip him over, then to me that implies he was face down if they had to flip him over. So there's that.
O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph 265. And Dr. Scorrillo, if you could, again, using ways to point direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you notice.
We've been up here a while.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this one.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Same, Dr. Scorrillo, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Stand properly, get out the lights. Thanks. Now, Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, was that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
They sticking with this. He hit his head on the
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed?
I'm just gonna say this, guys. And maybe I could be wrong here, but if they had access to the tail light, could they not have given that to the ME and had her compare his wounds and see if it came from the tail light? You know how normally the MEs, they're always like, it was something heavy. It could be this, that, or the third, right? People that go search the crime scene and they say, hey, we found this, it had blood on it. Could this have been the murder weapon? Why didn't they take the damn tail light? Because they got 47 pieces, and see if his wounds were consistent with this tail light. I'm just saying, I just want to know, like, he's asking her, could this be consistent with pieces from a tail light? Why didn't she test it? She could have. Why didn't y'all do it?
Would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Watch it, Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light, bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee, or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull was a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what, if any, significance, or what, if anything, you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Like she over his bullshit. She ready to go.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
Lally, hurry up. Damn. I think Lally is dragging it.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
We about to end, y'all.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Right, cross-examination?
Go.
Good morning, Dr. Scorrillo.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
Correct.
And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
No, she said.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical.
Right.
Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, doctor, just tell us, give us the medical opinion.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Look me to my ear like I'm Bells. Yeah, come on up. Baby, I know that's right. Kim will be there.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
Me too, lizard.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You observed no significant bruising,
Correct.
no fractures,
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
Have you ever seen that before? As a medical examiner, in your professional opinion, have you ever
I'd like to
seen
talk
it?
about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person.
Correct.
Everyone.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, don't bring him up again.
Show Mr.
Oh,
Lally.
he could talk about cell phones like that.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
Gary.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Mm.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
Mm.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had 1 laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19. Okay. And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You
Yes.
call them pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
It really looked like.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear taillight at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By
Okay.
a smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear taillight, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
You see teeth marks and claws?
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Renee seen teeth marks. Who seen it to me? Loughran did. Those videos I uploaded was like nut all around there. A lot of stuff.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Love.
Alice, because that's not a response to the objection. Can you answer it? That works my last nerve doing it.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Who they throw this one up? Y'all see teeth marks? Oh man. Okay, y'all. I can't wait for Dr. Russell. I think she's on this day. Definitely looks like a dog did it. Wait a minute. Let me see if y'all saw this. I'm going to show y'all. Can y'all see how it looks like a knot is in his arm right there? Can y'all see that? Baby, somebody had to be punching him and he got swole. Do y'all see that? I'm not 50-50 reasonable doubt. I mean, it's just reasonable doubt for me. Just reasonable doubt for me. There's no way I could comfortably find her guilty of anything. I just couldn't do it. Chloe in heaven, I think. Chloe's in doggy heaven. Chloe is in doggy heaven. Never to be seen or heard from again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred, published.
Recommendation that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Wow.
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
Never his hand.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Loughran.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
They don't want to answer that
Are
one.
those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
The ME want to say, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the ME wants to respond.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you.
I don't know why there was an objection. I'm with y'all.
You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they
Yes, BG, she was asking, he had like a did she say laceration in his tongue? I think she called it a laceration, and asked if it can be consistent with him being punched in the mouth or hit in the mouth or his jaw.
Seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
If I can have one more.
Sure.
They checked his brain. If they saw seizures, I would assume they'd say that. They checked his brain.
Can I see the exhibits that were just marked, Your Honor?
I didn't hear them say anything about a seizure, so I'm definitely not going to say he could have had a seizure. They would have seen that. They should have seen it, in my opinion.
Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Scorrillo, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
He said it's not road rash.
Do we have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Number.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853. Thank you. Dr. Scorrillo, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
What is that?
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity, yes.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity, yes, it goes all the way down.
and it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
Lally done had it
Yes, sir.
for 2 days. I mean, I guess they do have to work. Sheesh. DG, they said they're trying not
Dr.
to.
Scorrillo, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
You gotta stay
Yes.
steady.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from dragging, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be, yes.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
What?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally. Sustained.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them, and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
But not on head on.
Thank you. I know that.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Somebody all set. Please stop it, Bill. Please stop it, Bill. You can take a break. But why is it a... But I don't know what I thought that was. Hey, I didn't take a break. Oh, looks like the attorneys are going to argue.
All right.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question.
So it looks like the Commonwealth has rested, guys. Okay.
But with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence.
No.
The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt,
it's not,
then we believe the motion has to be granted.
Mm-hmm.
There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide.
Yeah.
And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
They knew she wasn't gonna do it.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument. Your question.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Have to get nasty.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with the pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight.
I know the hell he not talking about taillight pieces are embedded in John's clothing when they had all the shit bagged together. Lally gonna have to get it together.
And this part is important in relation to Trooper Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching with that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as what heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case, as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that day. There are arguments that continue throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple
Don't believe that
sources,
shit. Don't believe it.
including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter
Don't
Famani,
believe him,
Whiffin, and Mr.
or
Cave.
her.
You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument.
Okay.
You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal arguments stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Guarino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text sheet. Trooper Guarino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. Right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jury.
I think they all knew she was going to deny it. And y'all see how she just said it's denied. Are you calling the next witness? Like, I don't even want to hear no talk about it. We don't want to do no back and forth. It's denied. Let's go. Of course, I know she's going to do that now, but Bev she wasn't going to let this case go anyway.
In, please.
They didn't even present evidence regarding Karen. And who the hell listening to Trooper Paul? Talking about in my math class. Who the hell is listening to Trooper Paul? Talking about, it's several formulas. Baby, which one? Which one, Trooper Paul? He didn't even know. Bev. Oh, I don't like Bev, y'all. I do not like Bev. I do not care. That's why her hair dries here. Do right by Karen, baby. Their hair gonna stay dry, crunchy. You aren't gonna ever deny it. Wasn't it? Big bang wearing ass. I know that's right. Big dry bang wearing ass bed. Thank God he not trying to next case. You talking about Ladley because Big Bev gonna be there. Bev and Craig are gonna be there. It's me out. Crunch much. We're Black Sheep. I'm going to say this. In the YSL case, we did get a directed verdict on some of the charges. We did. And here's the thing. There's not a bone in my body that thinks she even considered it. Okay. He probably stepped to that podium and she was thinking, get on with it because it ain't going to happen. But I just don't believe that they've met their burden. I don't. They spend so much time with everything else. They should really consider it. Black sheep is my only thing. I get that if this is normal. I hear that, but they better really to consider it. Nothing about her makes me think she considered it. But AJ was up there talking. She was just like, "You looking good in that suit, but too bad you wasting your breath." She probably wanted to tell Lally, "You and that K&G suit can have a seat, baby, because you ain't got to worry about it. I'm about to deny it." Hey, knew that was lying. Yes. They said best predicted. They have money, probably K&G suit for his birthday, you know. Right. He got us pissed off, and this happened months ago. Crunch ass. Oh God. Yo. Oh. She probably, baby, and Lally walked up to that stairs. She would probably want to tell him so bad, baby. You would have been like, okay, cool, baby. We get it. I'm not hating no K&G because I had my son some stuff from there before. You know, you can run.
All right, here.
He said, "You think it's a K&G in Canton?" Probably called Big and Tall or something. I don't know. Y'all know K&G. You can run there and get a little suit. That's what he be giving K&G. Poor Aaron. Lose ass car. Who's sending that dad bod to people? What was Paul thinking? I said, "There's nothing sexy about this picture." I mean, I have a mom bod, but I know my ankles.
Thank you. This court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever. Doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case. The Commonwealth has rested. And I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Loughran.
Okay.
That was Brian on the voir dire. So let me just tell you guys, for people saying, are we going back? We are going back. So I don't know if you guys saw in the chat. I do agree with this. Since we didn't watch anything outside, they wanted to wait until after testimony to watch the voir dire, just to watch it from the eyes of the jury. I said, okay, that's fine. We're already on day 29. So but I still have it queued up for us to watch. If you guys are just tuning in, we're going to be here for, I don't know how long we're going to be here. I don't want to give a time. I really don't know. We'll just be here for a while. But we're already on day 29. We only have one more day left, which we'll watch that tomorrow. Because Sunday, I don't know what's going to happen with me Sunday, but Monday, if you guys remember, it's a panel day. So we're just going to come up, talk. I know people are going to be at work, so we'll probably do this Monday night because I want people to be able to come up and just talk about the case, what's going on, new things. So that's how we're flowing today, guys. Okay. So everybody know that's how the flow is today. There is no time that I'm getting off. If I hit 12 hours, which I'm sure I probably will, I'm going to end the stream and start a new one. So about 11 and a half hours in, I'll end this stream. We'll start a new one, but I don't have a set time. He said they can watch that on their own time. I don't have a set time today, guys. We just gonna be here. Oh no, Jackie, I know. They told me who it was about. Son of Ireland. Is this lucky, y'all?
Your solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Great.
And look.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. It's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
This is lucky.
Loughran.
And where are you from,
Mr.
sir?
Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian.
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert. Brendan Albert. Kevin Albert.
Everybody.
And I believe Kathy Albert's the sister, but I'm not 100% sure of her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes.
Graduated at the same time?
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
Oh, damn.
So several years.
Yeah.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water?
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30.
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right, and your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes,
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
So like Frankenstein.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you know, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of
Lucky letting you know, he had good lights on that truck and he could see.
lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides in front of you and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's you know, it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. You know, it is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road in Franken truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. And could I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route from the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay, if we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said can I see it?
Right, no, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right, so you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Everybody know where they are.
Can I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
I think that is further proof. Why when she called 911, she said at the Albert residence. She gave the address. I think she said the address and said the Albert residence. Everybody knows where these people live at.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughran, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
Damn.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck,
I'm sorry?
in front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit. Put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now,
I just asked this on X. So if he got there about 2:45, what do you guys make of him not seeing a body? I just want to hear what y'all thinking. What do you guys make of him not seeing a body? Because Where was the body? Where was the body? He said 2:45. He was on that street. He had his lights out, everything. His lights on. He wasn't out there. He wasn't out. They moved John out there after. Nobody was there.
After you've done these 2 passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
In front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not.
Why?
Because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
I could see that.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the...
Now listen, y'all was telling me wait mail. So I thought he just saw it from, just saw it down the street like, damn, it's a car right there. No, he's saying he actually had to go past the car.
Vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes.
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
Left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle the lawn side?
Yes.
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No.
Lights were still on?
Correct.
All right. Now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right. Where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
3:30, about 3:15.
Was there, that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time?
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you? As you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview.
Okay.
And came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. Were you approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul.
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
Yes, y'all know it's objecting too much. Bev say, come on over. They get to objecting too much. Bev wants y'all to come on over and we can talk.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughran.
Sure.
At any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that?
Yes, it is.
Buchanan, like mechanic.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
It's too much to keep up with. That's the thing. Everybody got different times. Only time they have is 12:10 a.m. Everybody agrees on 12:10 when it comes to college. It's just too much to keep up with in this trial.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
Thank you for becoming a member, Nicole. Thank you. Got a new member, Nicole. We probably gonna do some members only things soon. So good.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the Fortunate Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route. Yeah. Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road.
I'm sorry, y'all. Did y'all see Forrest post before this? Thank you, Forrest just gifted 5 millionaire male memberships, but right before that shows up, they said 5 member gifts and fuck you, Lally. You got nothing on Cross.
In the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle. Is that correct?
And don't forget to tell Forrest thank you if you're gifted a membership. Thank you, Key. Please make sure you say thank you.
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you're driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Lally.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about. Okay.
I don't know why he went back to 2015. For the life of me, I don't get it. But Lally, there seems to be no method to his madness. Why would he ask this man stuff about 2015? I don't know. And the truck that he was driving in I don't know.
And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally?
Lally wasn't expecting that answer. Hold up.
Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
He got lights on his truck.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m.
Right.
Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No.
Oh, Paul,
He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge.
Okay.
But I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to...
I know that's right. Lucky. I know that's right. Lucky said, no. I heard this question asked before. And I'm so happy he's standing 10 toes down. No, this is what I said. He wanted to confirm it by showing me a car. And I said, yes, that is what I saw.
The parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell? I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it? Or you can't
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
to the left of the door?
Looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
Baby, y'all feeling good on Friday. Thank y'all for blessing the chat. We got 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. Thank you, Kaylin. If you get a membership from Kaylin, please make sure you say thank you. Thank you, Kaylin, for gifting those memberships. And if you get one, listen, y'all, act like we got some manners. Tell my girl thank you.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
you're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw in the news. So this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in? And when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in the report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize.
Not true, but
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Please continue and finish your answer.
Well, it might have been true.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did
Y'all, I just can't see him not remembering what time he went to work on this day. You know, especially if it's a blizzard and you know you guys got to get out early. It wasn't even snowing at 12 for him to be out plowing the snow at 12. It makes more sense for him to go ahead, start doing the roads about 2, after it snowed a little, come back 3, come back about 5, 6. That makes more sense to me than starting from 12 to 2.
you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
He talking about the feds.
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was
Right.
blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Y'all love that loud.
This paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just report that, right?
My mama used to take her glasses off to read out. I still don't get that. Mm-hmm.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed, as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
So here's the thing, y'all. This May 2023, is this the feds? Because I see they're not being specific. Is this the feds, guys, or could this be something again from Trooper Proctor? I'm trying to see, is this the feds or could this be from Trooper Proctor? Okay, Lauren, I'll make sure I post the link. Is this the feds or Trooper Proctor? It's Proctor. Enough said for me.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview
Thank you to my girl Shameen for becoming a member. Thank you.
at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Proctor.
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
What?
No.
Now, explain to me why Karen's car. Y'all, why would Karen's car be at 34 Fairview at 5 a.m. when she went to go get Carrie and Jen and all? She did all of that, the Carrie Jen stuff, went back to her house and then get back in front of that house to right at 6, right before 6. Like, what are we doing here? Like, Lally really tried to say Karen's car was out there. What?
You also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
He said he hit it.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
Baby, he's
So you misjudged the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Pack it up, Lally. He ain't falling for the bullshit. Pack it up. I'm sick of Lally right now. Me said no millionaire left behind. I love it. He hit the hoop, but it said that he hit it.
Okay.
Baby, Lally trying everything he can, but baby, Big Lucky ain't breaking. Big Lucky ain't even bending on that stand. Baby, he doing much better than Allie did. Forrest Gump said, "Oh, Lally, give you a bunt sing on BB Hoop 1 to 6." I don't get that for. If this is basketball talk, if this is basketball talk, I've lost.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. United?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday when, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down?
People asking, was it Proctor or Paul? He talking about Trooper Paul right now.
Mr. Unetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
Jesus, Forrest.
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
Paul person. I don't know what you're talking about Paul person unless it's their investigator.
So, sir, I'm correct. And if
I'm
I
just
say
about
that
to say,
you're
okay.
sure about every time that
So Risa said Paul is the PI. I said the only reason I can see them saying Paul person if it's their investigator, it's their private investigator, guys. That's who the Paul person is.
you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop, is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Me too. I was super positive.
Right. Anything, Ms. Giannetti?
There's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No.
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45 and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. Was some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean,
He's estimating.
I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when I,
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may, or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
correct,
And then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
At 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes.
We arguing about this. The man wasn't looking at the clock. He didn't know that it was going to be a man found dead on that lawn. He is estimating to the best of his ability, and Lally is trying to lock him into these times. The man estimated.
It was from 2:45 to get
That's like they estimated when John O'Keefe was unalive.
to 3:30. Then 3 hours later, it's 6.
It was
correct.
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
Good
All right,
answer.
Mr. Loughran, you are all set, sir.
Good job, Lucky. I believe him.
I'm going to ask Dr. Marie Russell to join us.
I believe him, and something that I love about his testimony is that last part. I am always looking at Fairview. It is considered a main road. It's a priority.
Okay.
Loved it. Loved it. Thank you, Lucky. I am always looking at Fairview. I'm going to remember that. Right, Double Trouble. Why would he lie? I know you guys like Dr. Russell. Okay, maybe I'll Dr. Russell with it.
Why just step for me?
No.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and during the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to your retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Damn,
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education training and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Okay.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
And she went to some great schools. Let's not forget that.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others?
Correct.
Meaning other doctors?
Other doctors, yes.
Teaching other doctors? Yes. And teaching medical students?
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examine the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so. And I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. That involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies such as LA Sheriff's, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week.
Thank you, Jenna. Jenna just gifted 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. Thank you. Y'all on a roll on a Friday. If you received a membership from Jenna, just please make sure whenever you log back in, tell my girl thank you. If you're watching on a replay and you get a membership, I better see you in them comments. Say thank you, Jenna, thank you.
One day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023.
Oh.
And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Mm-hmm.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Ooh.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Period.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified
Yeah, Dr. Russell says she has a interest in dog bites.
as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Me too, Ebony.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed. Let's see. I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Next sheep, I know why they try to play her. She is overqualified, okay? Overly qualified. Listen, she said maybe double that far. She's overly qualified. Baby, she's not out here taking webinars and certs. Baby, she said, listen, 16 years of post-high school education is what I've done to be here. Oh, what's going on, y'all? Okay.
Conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Is over.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological?
Period, Ken. We like the excitement behind getting that membership. That's all we want. We just want to make sure y'all share the love when someone has blessed you with a membership Thank you guys for gifting memberships, and thank you guys for receiving the memberships and coming back like my girl Kia. Kia says she enjoying her wings. I might eat some wings tonight for dinner, Kia.
Neurological report
Yes,
and a neurology report, neuropathology report
yes,
as well from the Commonwealth.
yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm?
Can we trust it's really Chloe and not some other dog? I think Chloe did it.
Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There, on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So it's sustained. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created?
Okay, y'all, I'm back. My niece said, I got you a big one because I figured you was trying to do something. My girl understood the assignment. So we in there like swimwear tonight, y'all. We are in there like swimwear.
Some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection, move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends in part, on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
You don't even have one.
Okay.
Yeah, Lally don't even have one. Kids, you got 3 minutes. You need to start keeping some snacks for that baby. You need to have a little cooler in the truck for the baby. Lally, she said one word. Can we just come up?
There, Your Honor. Yes. Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
okay,
does this appear, does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as
Lally.
who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th, which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication. or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some.
I'm not asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago and I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
no,
Remember, not 6 months a year.
She like, hold up.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
no, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No,
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
yes,
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
that's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at.
Objection.
Sustained.
Because why he asking about the head injury? She looked at the damn bite.
John, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna let this play so I don't miss some because the dog's locked out. Hold up.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
Didn't they just come back from a sidebar? God damn.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
But what specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Okay. Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to.
Here's the thing with Lally. Have you read every law journal or law review that's out there? You have not.
To dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department, is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s, is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites, is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds, is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries, is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations, is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement, is that right?
Yes.
bony injuries ranging from portable violations to displaced fractures, is that right?
Yes,
Neurovascular damage, is that right?
yes,
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at, is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
The skewed population in the study, is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? It's
Yes.
Skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
So is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
He doing this?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing
scratch.
on his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, the dog bite
Now,
might sound
you
like
say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when those animal attacks supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
No.
And Ben, why would you?
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Minutes to hours though.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, for the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
So you saw photos. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on the swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
You can't stand it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm
She sure
or the
does.
posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Interior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Oh, damn. Y'all said y'all saw scratches and bite marks. Y'all said it in the chat.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as the dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
Kid, I got you.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but, okay.
Oh,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
Take this, get it. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing,
Wait a minute. Now my friend want to take a shot and gift the memberships. Thank you, Kiss, for gifting a Millionaire Mail membership. If you got a membership from my friend Kiss, if you're on the live right now, just put a little drink in the chat for us. Put a little drink in the chat for us. If you got a membership, put a drink in the chat.
what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an.
Okay, Kiss, I don't have anything special to say because, I know some of my friends that went to college and y'all drunk all the time. Y'all got special things to say. So I'm just going to say cheers to everybody on the live for however long this stream go tonight. Cheers. Okay, Kiss, let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
Okay, friend. Okay, now. I know that shot ain't kicked in already. Kids, just give another membership. If you have a membership, make sure you say thank you. Thank you, Kids, for the membership. Thank you.
What I'm asking is.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Yeah.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No.
Period.
But you did anyway.
Oh, God.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Please report.
Go ahead.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attendant to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She knew that was coming.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes.
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack were.
So BG, when they were looking at John's, some of the stuff found on his clothing, they found pig DNA. And so a lot of people on my ex account, I see it in the chat, and exactly what AJ is getting to is that sometimes dogs chew on pig ears for snacks, and they say it's also found in dog treats. I didn't know that, but that's where they're getting at with that.
A human stuck a hand in the middle, look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like that.
And you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you finish that answer for us?
Yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin. from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, a ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and the consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why she can't answer that?
Not a way approach.
Right, because why can't she answer that? I want her to answer that. I'm sick of Lally.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe. That's okay, Dr. Russell. I think you did good. I think you did good.
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Yes. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. I'll take this.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green. That's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay. I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. So quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
Now,
How long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Yeah, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education, since you did?
Okay, well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the
Thank you, Kelly, for the $19 super chat. I don't like saying the amounts. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My mind's running too fast because I'm trying to talk about the super chat and respond to Kiss. Kiss, I don't have a set time. I told you my niece, I had to bring me a Red Bull. I think we might finish the rest of the trial tonight. I'm cool with that. It's Friday night, It's Friday night. It's 8:30 p.m. Friday. It's 99 degrees. I ain't got ain't got me. I don't have nothing to do. Have nothing to do tonight. Besides be here. I have nothing to do tonight besides be here. So we probably gonna be here. I don't have a set time though. Could be 12, could be 1, could be 2. I don't. Key. Key, it's okay. But don't be saying no, I'll mail me either. Baby, I'm good. I'm having a good time, baby. I'm having a good time right here doing what I'm doing. Do not. Hey, Kiki. I never know when you're in the chat. Hey, Kiki. But y'all, we just here. We just here. We just here. I wish I had a time. I don't have a time. I do not have a time.
Computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took a
Baby, I hate these little young girls out here tonight. Is this an emotional support live? You know what, Key? You being messy. Is this an emotional support live? Get off the live, man.
it's like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now,
Hold on.
directing attention.
Hold on just a second. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let me see, because I'm sorry, y'all. I was not checking my phone. Thank you, Jenny, for the Cash App. I got it. Thank you, Jenny, for the Cash App again. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. How can you not love this chat? Y'all hilarious.
Attention to September of 2022. Were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Let's go, Kelly.
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points and automate that process.
For those in the chat, he actually went through John's phone. So he did an extraction on the phone too.
To specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds?
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lizzie's punctually over.
So I placed that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact, is the data on that document exactly what you received when you, used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter?
I'm all flustered.
Ashley, thank you. Thank you to my Florida girl. Thank you, Ashley, for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from Ashley, please make sure you say thank you in the comments. Ashley, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, yeah, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Okay, and if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand.
Yeah, I'm so traumatized. I thought my Wi-Fi had went out just then. Baby, that black screen, it looked like I saw something. I said, oh shit, we've been going strong. I know this thing is not missing.
Understand though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3.
Wait a minute, Ashley, not 5 more. Not 5 more. If you got a membership from Ashley, Ashley, let me tell y'all, Ashley gonna cut up about me. I love that. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate it. If y'all got a membership from Ashley, somebody on here got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you. Sunshine State Ashley. Put some suns with your thank you. Tell her thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. And thank you to the chat. Yeah, we've been going like 11 hours. So thank you to the chat. Thank you to all of my mods, everybody in the comments. If you've liked the live, you've shared the live, if you have done any type of engagement today, thank you guys so much. You guys have made this Can't Read experience one for the books, because watching it with y'all it's been so amazing. For everybody who's found me through X, thank you guys for being here. But shout out again to my chat. I think this is one of the best chats on YouTube. King, I can't wait to maybe he'll pop up on one of these lives at some point so I can tell him you out here calling him a mascot. I cannot wait to tell him that you out here calling him a mascot. Baby, I can hear him now. I can hear him now telling him that you done call that man a mascot. It is, Debbie. It is. I'm not finna get on here because they say I cry all the time and I feel it coming. But I'm so thankful for this community. We don't just watch trials here, guys. We really are a family, and I'm so thankful for every person on this live. I'm just always overcome with so much I'm always overcome I'm always overcome with so much like happiness, appreciation when it comes to this chat, because man, every person on here has come into my life at one of the hardest stages of my life, and every day they remind me that they remind me that I have a purpose in this world, and that, man, people can come into your life at unexpected times. So that's all I can say, and I appreciate every single person. Alice, let me not look. I appreciate every single person that has ever done anything for me on this live. I didn't even. It's so crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just hit play because I really go on a whole tangent. I'm not gonna cry, y'all. It is just so crazy how life can be full circle. Life can be full circle, guys. Gary, thank you. Gary just gifted 10 Millionaire Mail memberships. And I thank you for that, Gary. I just saw my girl Campbell. Campbell said it's a little payday out here. She said, sorry, it's a little. No! Now, Campbell, don't you try that with me. Please don't ever try that over here, Campbell. I don't care if it's $1. It's $1.99. Like, you guys work hard for your money. This is all I do full time. You guys don't have to do anything for me. Please, y'all, please never, ever on my channel, ever feel like you're obligated to do anything over here. I'm going to tell you one thing about my life. God going to work it out every time. God's going to work it out every time. And y'all always show me that there is purpose. God is, he is so faithful. Campbell, you don't ever have to sacrifice anything for me. Don't ever feel like anything is too little. I appreciate it because you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. So I thank y'all. Welcome to all the new members. And I thank y'all. For the sake of taking that shot and not crying on this live, I'm going to keep going because y'all know I'll bust out crying in a minute. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all for being here. Y'all been sticking with me 10 freaking hours a day. For damn near 10 days. I'm talking about damn near 10 days. We've been out here for like 10 hours. I can't. Y'all need to go find my 3rd grade teacher who told me I talk too much. And tell her that talking be helping me hold down 10-hour streams, okay? Y'all find her. Miss Hood was her name. She was a white lady. She was tall. Y'all go tell Miss Hood. Tell Miss Hood I said, hey. Okay? And Val, we'll be on here too long. I know. Kelly said, and I cried for days. Oh, Kelly. Kelly said, we just found out my husband's plan shutting down a couple of months and I cried for days and I found you. Oh, Kelly. Y'all be surprised. I get messages like this all the time. And I'm like, damn, it's crazy that like literally you guys, the YSL trial, it helps me get through this depression that I'm fighting with the loss of my mom. And like being on these lives, they really help me escape that reality. I feel amazing when I'm on here with y'all. I'm not sad. I'm like the best I ever feel sitting on these lives talking to y'all. So Kelly, I promise I understand that. And you know, if it's nothing but an escape, I appreciate every person because, you know, just like y'all feel like I'm helping y'all help me every day. I was just telling my friend this yesterday that if I didn't have my kids, I always be like, I really don't know if I want to be on this world without my mama. It is so hard living in this world every day without my mom. So being on these lives, y'all really give me purpose. Y'all really Like, y'all don't know how, like, it's so small. I know I'm just sitting here and I'm watching trials. Y'all could be watching this by yourselves. But the fact that people take time out of their days to come here, sit in my chat, you guys, y'all bless me. This is the only thing I do to make any type of income. Like, this is all I do. Is right now it's been social media since I think July of 2020, July 24. And no, it's not always great, but all my needs are taken care of, and I was just put in God's hand. So I appreciate y'all so much on this damn chat, because man, y'all are amazing. I'm listening. I'm trying not to cry. Y'all see, I'm over here fighting back. Y'all are amazing. And I always be like, damn, man, I wish my mama would not believe like the love y'all show me. My mama wouldn't believe it, but I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. So I'm gonna start the live because y'all know I took that shot. I be out here boohoo crying, and I don't need y'all screen recording me boohoo crying on this live, okay? I don't need y'all doing this. I've never felt this type of love on anyone else's platform. I can't speak for anybody else's platform, but I feel like this platform over here, this chat, the love y'all genuinely show people, and I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about each other, it's unmatched. Years ago, I used to say, y'all know sometimes I call myself Melanie Luther X. And I always say I want to build community. And I know it's going to get better. I mean, like actually having things to add more value to y'all's lives too. But this is what I meant when I said community. Like here. This right here, what we have. Key, and I'm never gonna play about y'all. My daughter is so funny. Anytime I bring up Key, she be like, "Ain't she my age?" And that's like my daughter. I like a little sis. Let's just say little sis, because you know she likes to play in this chat. Let's say that's my little sister. But we family for real. Forget what my sister be talking about. Y'all know my sister love to say, you sit on that live, you be talking to 200 people you don't know. Who don't know them? I know every single person. If y'all talking to me all the time, let me say this. I know y'all. We family. But okay, y'all. Okay, we're gonna go back. But I just had to say that. Thank y'all for everything. Thank y'all.
Houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone.
Oh yeah, you want to say hey?
How you gonna lie?
What you mean I'm on live?
How you
We're watching trial.
Who going to jail?
Hold on, come to Kim, y'all. That's my nephew.
They want to watch the trial. Hey, how y'all doing live?
We are watching trial.
It ain't on right now, is it?
It's right here. Hold up, y'all. Let me show him.
Probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us.
Y'all, this is my nephew. I told y'all he bought me that YSL perfume. I have it on right now. It smells so good. That was messy. That was messy is what it was. That was messy. They said, hey, nephew, millionaire. Does nephew like white girls? Lauren.
Hey, I was just
Lord.
telling her I needed a white girl, man. That was for real. I did say I need a white girl, man. I definitely just told myself that earlier.
Please get some help.
That's
He
all
out
I've
here
been saying.
clown. He real messy, India.
That's all I've been saying.
Somebody, and if y'all don't know, he our nutritionist. Baby, please don't have him start about food. Ain't nobody got time to play with him.
I ain't gonna check him.
Please don't start him with the food. We do not have time to play with him today.
So who trial you looking at?
We're watching Karen Reed's trial. It's a lady out of Massachusetts. They're alleging that she hit her boyfriend, like she was drunk and hit him and left him to die. We don't think that happened though. We've watched the whole trial. We think he got beat up in the house that she dropped him off at, and then they put him outside in the snow, left him in the snow.
She did.
Why do you think she did? You didn't even watch the case. Why would you think she did it?
That white man.
That white?
She did it.
Why do you think she did it?
Cause he probably was beating on her.
He was not beating on that lady. Okay, let me ask you this. Y'all, hold up. Let me ask you this, right? Not they said you the styrofoam plate king.
Hey, man, hey, they gonna have to chill out with that, man.
Okay, listen. If your girlfriend go to the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pull up at the house. She say, go in, see if I can come in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You never come out. You never come back out to tell her if she can go in the house. So she pull off, go to the house. She call you 53 times. Do you think that's a person who just hit somebody gonna call them 53 times?
His feelings probably was hurt.
No, she called him 53 times because he never came back out.
He didn't want to answer the phone.
That's what I'm saying. So do you think she was with him? Why would she call him 53 times?
Nah, he probably did get beat up at the house.
Listen, he had scratches, bruises all on him, everything. And they had a big, was it a German Shepherd, y'all? Big German Shepherd. Looked like he got scratches all on his arms.
He did.
No, no broken bones from his neck down. They saying she hit him with a car. No broken bones, no fractures, nothing from the neck down.
Somebody framing her?
He ain't even watched the case.
I'm asking. I don't know.
That's what we think. We think she got framed. So the man was a cop. I ain't tell you that. The man who died was a police officer.
He died?
Yes, he died. Damn, what?
I thought you said he was
murder trial.
I thought you said he was nearly dead. I ain't know the nigga.
Oh, okay. Lexus truck, right? She had a 6,000-pound Lexus truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they said, so the cop, the house whose lawn he was found in front of another cop, like a big name in the city too. ATF agent in the house. All these people. All this
they
stuff.
probably framed him though.
They framed him. They framed her.
What city that was in?
They said, nephew, hold up, Mel, you're a home run. Just show nephew Trooper Paul's testimony. He would be. Oh yeah, let's tell him what the man said. So the man did like a record. Y'all look at him. Hold up.
Cause y'all got me told dead. I ain't never heard no shit like this.
Listen, okay. Think Lexus truck, big body Lexus truck. Okay. The police saying, y'all got to show him the arm so he can see these scratches on the man's arm. So a big body Lexus truck, okay? They saying that the man put his arm out like this, hit the Lexus truck, and the woman sideswiped him with her truck at 24 miles an hour. She reversed the car, hit him with the Lexus truck. They saying he spinned around, flew 30 feet. His cell phone was still behind him, and he had a glass in his hand that he held on to the whole time he flew 30 feet.
He was getting his ass whooped in or something, wasn't it?
He had to be because he couldn't do all that. Hold up, y'all. I'm finna show him the wounds. Okay, here go the man arm. They had a German Shepherd. What they look like?
Oh yeah.
What they look like?
Oh yeah, they definitely was. He was getting gnawed on out there, man.
They said y'all know she hood. She said the big body Lexus truck. You must don't know her from Memphis.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you. He probably was getting beat up or something.
I want to show him that other one, y'all, so he can see his face. Look, contusion on the back of his head. Look at his face. Look at his hands. You see that?
They tortured that man.
My nephew said they done beat him. He got in there, right?
Dang.
I'll kiss you now, yo. Oh, do you drink White Claws?
What the hell is White Claw?
He don't know what that is. My daughters both got bit by a dog. Now, my nephew can pick that up that quick, y'all. What was going on with the jury? And thank you so much for the super chat, Freddie. Thank you. Tell him just join the live. He be on that truck all day. He needs to join the live. They said you catch on quick.
Yeah, okay, you gotta analyze real quick, man. But he probably did get messed up.
Now, Kiana, he does not sound like Xavier. Memphis accent is not. Xavier has a really, really deep country, like back roads, eats raccoon country voice. My nephew does not sound like that. It's country, but it's not Xavier Leggett country. Debbie said, "Pull up, bitch." I know that's right, Debbie. I'm never gonna forget that one. Okay, see, she said, "See, now he gotta go." He ended up catching on though. My nephew ended up catching on though. He ain't gotta go. He ended up catching on to it, so he sees what's going on. They said the crime scene talking to Paul. Paper plate better not be searching nothing on Google. I know that. Hoss long, nobody do nothing. You know what? Y'all gonna quit calling him paper plate.
Tell them make me some food then. Since they want to keep talking about my paper plate.
My nephew said make him some food if y'all want to be out here talking about a paper plate. If y'all want to be talking about a paper plate, make him some food. For your members only, you should start showing your members of your family the crazy parts of this trial on live. I could do that. My niece wants to know about the case. I'll ask my niece if she wants to do it. And we could let my nephew see it too. I'll ask him one day. One day when my nephew, oh yeah, it's been 11 hours and 14 minutes. Man, put your nephew on the jury. Lauren, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the video. Let me see. Let me see how long we got for him, y'all, because I might have to just go ahead and start another live. I'll do that. We'll go ahead. I'll end this one and then I'll start a new one because we are at 11 hours and 15 minutes. So I'll end this one. Oh, somebody said they offered to cook for you, but you said they were too young. Damn. Somebody, damn. For those of y'all don't know, this is Kylie's dad. If you follow me, you see my niece Kylie who sent me that sweet happy birthday. This is her dad. But okay, y'all, I'm going to end this live and I'm going to start a new one and we'll pick back up on the testimony that we're on. So give me just a second. I'm going to start a new live so this YouTube doesn't cut my streams off. I'm going to see y'all in a second. Bye.